Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 World Rowing Indoor Championships presented by Concept 2, coming to you in our hybrid format from all corners of the globe, as well as the O2 Universum in Prague, Czechia, our venue for the on-site section of racing. Can you believe it? We're already 3/4 of the way through our two-day event. We've had some phenomenal racing so far, and there's only more to come. We've got two more challenges in the 5-step Versa Challenge to enjoy through the course of the next block of racing, and a number more 2K races to look forward to as well. So things are only going to build in terms of atmosphere, both globally and in our venue in the O2 Universum. My name is Peter Hanlon. I've been with you for the full course of the 2 days so far. And now joining me here in our virtual studio, you can see on my left, we have Camilla Hadland-Horrocks, and on my right, Natasha Kovac. So much to look forward to as we get into this next block of racing. But Camilla, why don't I come to you first? You've obviously been studying the racing and the entries that we've got to look forward to after we had you with us yesterday. What particular highlights have you got for us as we look to this afternoon's block of racing?
Thanks, Pete. Well, no, look, I had such a great time yesterday. We kicked off the championships on a high, and I think this afternoon we're looking to conclude it on a high as well. And some of my favourite events this weekend, we've got what is essentially the open men's and women's 2K, which I think is always a bit of a spectacle. Some really good athletes to look forward to there. We've got the mixed relay, which I think is a really fun event. Lots of energy, lots of excitement with those relay changes, and I think that that's a nice fun one to build to the end of the competition. And then that conclusion of the Versa Challenge, which a brand new event, two brand new events this afternoon actually that we've never seen in action before. I think that's a highlight of the program this afternoon, with that sort of climax of the chase this afternoon. I think that's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I can't wait for the chase either. That's like the climax of this 5-step Versa Challenge. Now, Natasha, how about yourself? What are you looking forward to here?
Well, as Camilla stated, we have a bunch of really exciting racing coming up. We do have men's and women's, lightweight, heavyweight, 19, 20, and 2021 events. So we're looking at athletes who have maybe aged out of the junior category, 18, 19, but they still have a lot of excitement. And so that'll be great to see as they take to the stage this evening.
Sounds really good. Well, let's watch a brief video that explains how this hybrid format works.
The World Rowing Indoor Championships are coming to Prague. It's time to spin the wheels. Taking place 23 and 24 February, the 2024 World Rowing Indoor Championships, presented by Concept 2, will be held at the O2 Universum Arena in Prague, Czechia. The event will be staged as a hybrid competition. Participants will be taking part in person in Prague or participating virtually from anywhere in the world. Virtual and in-person competitors will race against one another in real time during the Indoor Championships on their Concept 2 indoor rowing machine. Using Time Team's home race software, the competitors will be all virtually connected. While racing, competitors will know their placing as their indoor rower will be running in race mode. This will allow them to see their position in a race on the rowing machine's monitor. Officials, lane judges, will monitor every race to ensure races are run fair, safely, and on time. There are 3 types of races competitors can enter. Individual distance races, either in person or virtual, over 500 meters or 2,000 meters. The relay races, also in person or virtual, where teams of 4 race over 2,000 meters. And finally, there's the World Rowing Versa Challenge, returning after a successful first edition in 2023. The competitors in this category will complete 5 challenges on the indoor rowing machine over 2 days to crown the most versatile indoor rower in the world. Competitors from 60 nations are registered to take part in the championships, with ages ranging from under 17 to over 80. The World Rowing Indoor Championships is an event where athletes can show their raw speed. Olympic rowers and fitness enthusiasts alike will be there on 23 and 24 February to compete and spectate on some intense racing, all hoping to claim the title of World Rowing Indoor Champion.
Such a cool format, this hybrid racing. And we're going to jump straight down into the venue now with Mike setting up for the Versa.
Peter, and is what these athletes are competing for, the Versa Trophy. 3 events down, 2 to go, sprint pyramid coming up. If you're unfamiliar with the Versa competition, where have you been the last 36 hours? Here's a quick primer on what this challenge is all about.
The World Rowing Versa Challenge is returning for a second year at the 2024 World Rowing Indoor Championships, presented by Concept 2. Over 2 days, 12 men and 12 women will race in 5 completely different indoor rowing challenges. This is a far cry from your classic 2,000-meter race. Versa athletes will have to race in formats that they might never have tested before, and they need to be prepared to take on any indoor rowing challenge. The Versa will test all the skills and strengths required of indoor rowers. How is your endurance, your stamina, your strength? How well can you control your stroke rate, your splits, and your power output? Do you know how to strategize for any type of workout, as well as you can react to any type of situation in the heat of the moment? Most athletes at an indoor rowing competition only compete once or twice in a weekend. The Versa athletes will take on 5 challenges for only 1 trophy opportunity. Fans can expect to see more than just different distances in the Versa. Athletes will be competing in challenges that they can't even recreate on their rowing machines at home. Only 12 men and 12 women have qualified for the Versa, but only 1 man and 1 woman will be crowned the world's best indoor rower.
Before we crown the champion of the Versa Challenge, we have to get through event number 4, which is called the Sprint Pyramid. We're going to start with 11 athletes and keep going until only 1 is remaining to be the winner of the Sprint Pyramid. Here's a little bit more.
The 4th event in the World Rowing Versa Challenge is called Sprint Pyramid. The Sprint Pyramid is a knockout challenge. To win the challenge, the competitors will have to go through 3 rounds of racing on 3 different distances. They will need to win their races in order to progress to the next round. The first round will be a heat of 3 competitors racing over 200 metres, with only the winner progressing to the semi-final. The semi-final will be a head-to-head race over 500 metres, with the winner progressing to the final. The final will be raced over 800 metres. Unsuccessful athletes from each round are ranked in time from 12th to 3rd to establish their ranking.
Well, here we go, folks. This is round 4 of the Versa Challenge. You've heard from everyone now what this challenge is all about. This is going to be a new challenge for this year, the Sprint Pyramid. We've had all the explainers, but now time to introduce our competitors once again onto the floor. This is the Women's Challenge, challenge number 4, the Sprint Pyramid. The arena setting itself up here for a dramatic amphitheatre of sound. I'm sure lots of sprinting, and this really is if you're not first, you're last. You've got to win out in each round of this Sprint Pyramid Challenge in order to be victorious overall. So it's all down to the sprint. I think that will suit some athletes, but not so much others. And once we get to that point, we'll be able to sort of introduced to you previous form, the athletes' preferences. We've got a bit of a bio on each one of them. And of course, we've seen them through the course of this weekend. Once again, first onto the floor from last year's Versa Challenge, Charlotte Dixon, naturally powerful, she describes herself as. Could this be the event for her? These 3 sets of sprints, 200 metres, 500 metres and 800 metres. I think this could really suit Dixon of Great Britain. Taryn Sharp, the Australian, she inspired by Elizabeth Gilmore and hence entering into this competition. Only 6 months of indoor rowing experience for Sharp, but I think again we'll have to wait and see how that will play to her advantage. Ella Fox, she won out in one of the challenges this morning on the power front, and so again, could this be yet another great victory for her here? Nicola Goss, unfortunately, still unwell for the course of the weekend, but it's Marcia Canelio that comes in next. Her favourite piece is a 10,000 metres, so very different to what we've got on the table here for this challenge. Not sure whether it will play to her strengths. Elizabeth Gilmore leading the rankings currently in this challenge. Can it be another victory here for her in this 4th event? She's certainly the favourite on paper, but she'll be chased hard, I'm sure, by Anna Muller, another competitor from last year's event, but this one brand new, as we've already said, to the competition. So brand new for everyone here. Jess Eddy, we just saw walking into the arena. She looks ready to give it her all. And again, a very powerful athlete. I think this could really seat those that prefer power over endurance. We saw Sarah Pigeon a minute ago. Morgan McGrath also now making her way to the indoor machine, and Heather Prochaska will complete the lineup of 11 athletes that will be partaking in this sprint pyramid, the Canadian last out onto the floor. But Natasha, this is a brand new event for this year. I'm certainly very excited to see what it can present, but maybe a little bit more familiar to those athletes that on the water do those kind of knockout regatta competitions, right?
I would say so. And it's interesting because the Versa is trying to figure out who's the most versatile athlete in terms of power, speed, and endurance. And here we have 200 meter, 500 meter, and 800 meter races. So it's going to start out testing the power, but it ends up going to be endurance at the end of the day, determining the winner of this. You can see everyone is really getting ready. That was Jessica Eddy just shaking out some nerves before they get started on the floor. They will be competing in groups for this challenge. So it's going to be 200 meters in each of their groups. It's going to be Taryn Sharp and Elizabeth Gilmore, Anna Muller, Morgan McGrath and Heather Petrasco, Sarah Pigeon, Ella Fox and Jessica Eddy, and Marcia Caniglio, Charlotte Dixon, and Lena Belanger. So they are going to have each of those groups do a 200 meter race, and there's going to be one winner moving on from heats to semifinals to finals. So a lot of these athletes are very familiar with this knockout King's Court type situation. Here we see which of the heats we have. So we're starting with Taryn Sharp and Elizabeth Gilmore. Elizabeth, as you mentioned, Camilla, leading us. Taryn Sharp started indoor rowing about 8 months ago, but very, very happy with the progress she's made so far. So they'll be the first ones up in this competition, as I think they're getting it explained to them right now.
Yeah, you can see them nearest to us here. Taryn Sharp on the left of your picture in the Australian one piece there. Elizabeth Gilmore one in. They're getting set up and ready to row. This is a head-to-head. This is a knockout competition. Only winning will allow you to prevail. And if I were Taryn Sharp here, Natasha, quite nerve-wracking moments ahead of this 20 strokes. But it's a 20 strokes of all you've got, right? Going up against the great Elizabeth Gilmore.
Absolutely. There are a lot of rounds in this challenge, but you have to know you're against the favorite, and you really have to pull out all of the stops here, because this is going to be the big challenge that gets you through to that semifinal. They're off very short strokes. Look at these splits. Oh, down around 121 for Elizabeth Gilmore. That's a very strong start. You can see they only have about 10 strokes left to this. Taryn Sharp keeping up around 125, but it looks like Elizabeth Gilmore is really staying strong here. 123, really high stroke rate from both of these women, about 50 strokes per minute. They have about 5 strokes left. It's just everything they have at this moment right here. And it looks like Elizabeth Gilmore is going to take this one by a very, very slight margin. Wow.
Ah, that was great stuff, and very difficult there for Sharp going up against Gilmore. Both mothers, amazing to see that head-to-head between those two, Sharp and Gilmore. Both incredible times there. You can just see how close it was. 33.6 seconds wins it out for Elizabeth Gilmore. But it's difficult, right? Because they've now got to prepare for 500 metres. The heats get longer as we progress through the semi-final and the final, Natasha. So, this is a much shorter sprinting distance, but perhaps there's maybe a little bit of nervousness around emptying the tank too much with that small recovery time into the later rounds.
I would say so. I would say that the times that we see here in the 200 meter aren't really indicative of what's going to happen further on. A lot of these athletes will be taking this one race at a time, and it's 200 meters, 22, 25 strokes. So there isn't a whole lot of time to think or plan for it. It's just as hard as you can go, but you really need to make sure. I would keep moving in between these to keep that recovery going. But those athletes, of course, are very curious as what's going to happen in this next race.
Yeah, so we had a head-on-head just because of that illness of Nicola Goss in that first round. But the next 2 rounds will be 3 athletes. Winner takes all here. Anna Müller, Morgan McGrath and Heather Petrusco, the German, the American and the Canadian. Let's see if anyone can get close to that time set by Elizabeth Gilmore in the first round. But again, it doesn't really matter. It's just 200 metres this time around, the fastest of your group. And Morgan McGrath here really pushing on well. 1:26 is up at 48 strokes a minute, Natasha.
Yeah, looks like a great lead here. They have less than 5 strokes to go, so you're just holding on as quick as you can. Only 1 meter separating Morgan McGrath from Anna Müller, and it looks like they are about to cross the line. Who got it in the end? Oh, by 0.2, Morgan McGrath over Anna Müller, and then Heather Petrusco rounding out the field, only 0.5 behind her. These races are very, very tight. We saw it almost just flipping at the end there. So you really don't know what's going to happen until it's over. Great effort by the athletes.
And that was really nice there, that high five at the end between the athletes. And of course, all returners from last year's challenge, all alumni. And so this group, that particular heat, know each other really well. They'll have been keeping up with each other's training for the last 12 months, a year. They've all returned to this challenge and all good friends, I'm sure. Now, we've got the next round and the last couple to go here. This third heat features Sarah Pigeon of Canada, Ella Fox of the United States, and Jess Eddy of Great Britain. So sitting at attention and ready to go here, Natasha. Who's your money on?
Well, I've raced Sarah Pigeon in the past, both with her and against her, and I would never bet against her. I'm looking for her to come out strong here. But Ella Fox and Jessica Eddy, both new to this competition, they have a lot to prove coming in. So I think they're going to really attack it, sitting at attention. You can see the focus. You can see that they're ready to race. And they're off. Here we go. Getting out, getting that wheel moving. You can see they're taking very short strokes here. It's just a 200 meter, so you can afford to shorten that slide a little bit. We have a bit of a fast start here from Ella Fox down around 120. I think that's the fastest split we've seen today. If she can hold on for 5 more strokes, I think she might have this. Jessica Eddy also going very strong, 124. Really, really long, powerful strokes. And we like to see that in sprint races, but just attacking it as Ella Fox. That was an incredible performance.
Yeah, Ella Fox showing why she was powerful in that challenge this morning, and she won out the power element of the power and pace test in round 3, and ringing true here this afternoon as well. This challenge I think will really suit her. Let's keep an eye on her through the later rounds. But just one heat left to go, just one more semi-finalist to find between Marsha Canelio, Charlotte Dixon and Lena Belanger here of the USA, the GB and Canada. Now, I think between all of these athletes, it will be interesting to see. I think most of them prefer sort of longer pieces from reading their bios, Natasha. So this is a bit of a group of there's not really one standout. A lot of them prefer that 5K, 10K, marathon. They're low and slow, they're engines. So I think this is really anyone's pick.
Exactly. And you might see that these are the athletes that later on in this competition, even if they don't have the fastest times here, they will tend to move up and be promising in those final 500 and 800 meter rounds. Camilla, why don't you take us through this race? They look very determined right now. And I think that after seeing all of their peers go through this competition, they are very motivated.
Yeah, they'll definitely have a benchmark, these guys, having seen the times from the previous 3 heats. But you've got to remember, being in that last heat, you get a shorter rest. So we might see some of these athletes maybe holding back slightly. I don't think so, though. Look at Charlotte Dixon go in the middle. We've had a lot of Americans progress through the rounds here. But Marsha Canelio currently trailing in 3rd position in this heat. We're already well through halfway. Charlotte Dixon coming back with a bang here. She was yet another winner in this morning's power and pace round, but it looks like for her this is going to be another tick in the box to see her progress through. Just 4 meters back, Lina Belanger can't quite close the gap, and less than a second separating them in the end. Charlotte Dixon gives a good old clap. But like I was just saying, Natasha, this format where it kind of reduces down from 11 down to 6 and so on and so down to 4, down to 2 for that final. If you're the last in the heat, the last in the round, you've got a much shorter rest time than, say, Elizabeth Gilmore, who was first off the blocks there.
That's a great point. I think we have Mike on the ground ready for a bit of a chat.
Natasha, I'm here with Versa director Matt Draper. Matt, very exciting heats. I'm curious, the Sprint Pyramid is the first time that this has appeared in a Versa competition. So what was the catalyst for choosing this event?
I think we took the best of some other sports, like tennis, for example, where it's a traditional knockout round, one against the other, head to head. It's really accelerated, and that's why we made it 200 meters, 500 meters, 800 meters. We've got a short space of time, short recovery, but it's got everything packed into a few minutes. So we think it's a really exciting one.
What was the testing process like for this event, and how did you arrive at the 200, 500, 800 meter designations?
We wanted to try and touch everybody's qualities of being great sprinters, great power, and then once we get into the endurance phase of the event, into the 800 meters plus the 3 rounds, then you have other qualities. So if you excel in the beginning, you can get into the front. Yeah, so it's really that all-round capacity of building an athlete that is sort of bulletproof, good at this, good at that. Maybe an all-rounder wins, and not just a great sprinter or a great endurance person, but an all-rounder with great strategy.
Well, speaking of endurance and all-around capacity, I'm curious at how beat up do you expect these athletes' bodies to be after the 5 events of the Versa Challenge? Or is it maybe 5 separate events, or is there a culmination effect that you're hoping to achieve?
Well, we hope they'll get through to the end with no issues, but I'm sure that by now they're starting to feel it. And it's because it's a real demonstration of their commitment to the thing. They're really going in with both feet and both hands. It's really competitive. They're really excited, really motivated to learn, to try and help us develop the event. And so they're giving it. There's no holding back. So I'm sure once we get to the chase, which is the last challenge, it's going to be really willing.
Well, we have the heats down, semifinals to come. Matt, thank you very much. I'll send it back to the booth.
Thanks very much, Mike. And we've got some riveting semi-finals here. 4 athletes remaining. We've got Gilmore, McGrath, Fox and Dixon. It's the Americans against the Brit here in these semi-finals. Just one to progress through from each of those head-to-heads. And Natasha, it was great there. It was a really interesting point that Mike asked Matt Draper about. I think we're forgetting that this is the 4th of 5 challenges. This is a a kind of more sprint-based event and a power-based event. But I guess the endurance element comes from the fact that we're already, these athletes have done so many challenges through the weekend. They've got to be able to stand up, and that their body is tested, putting themselves through event after event after event.
Absolutely. It's a test of fitness here, really. These athletes have been training for a while, but it's all of the kilometers that they do every week. It's the time that they put in every week, and it's really showing in these races that we have here. To remember, though, they also have the leaderboard in mind. So they know even if they don't win the competition, they are trying to beat who's maybe just in front of them. We do have Jessica Eddy, Morgan McGrath, and Charlotte Dixon tied with those 36 points for that second place position. 2 of the 3 of those have made it through this round. So we'll have to see what happens there and how the points shake out. Peter, what did you think of that first part of
it was great. Thanks,
pyramid?
Natasha. Very, very cool. Very, very cool format, this. The tricky thing with it, and it may have been mentioned previously, is that it's sort of akin to the beach sprint racing that we see in another discipline of rowing, which is back-to-back knockout tournament, which means that if you're in the last of those heats, you might have a shorter break before your semi-final. But then if you're in the last semi-final, you get no break before you're then in the final, compared to some of the other athletes. And that's why this is such a great edition of our sport, rowing traditionally acknowledged as a power endurance event. So that's what this is all about. You've got to be able to lay down the power over 200 meters. But Camilla, what will you be doing differently if you were out there as you transition to now the 500 meter distance? They must have burnt a lot of matches getting through that 200.
Yeah, they really have. And one of the things I was just thinking about there as you were talking is, we talked about the times as those athletes were in the first round. That ranks them for the points in this competition. So even if you come second in this head-to-head, your time is really important because it could boost you at the rankings, gain you some more points. So I think it's not worth holding back. And you talk about what you do differently. I think it's what you'd continue to do. In my thought, it's continue to push hard, continue to put in the best performance you can, because it's a 50% chance whether you're going to go through or not, and you've got to lay everything down. And the outcome is either going to be that you progress to the next round and you win, or it might give you those few extra seconds in hand that might mean that you secure an additional place on the leaderboard and therefore more points.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because they've got to acknowledge that later on today, they're going to have the chase in just a couple of hours' time. So they've got to balance burning themselves out in this 500 and potentially getting a point or two more than they would have otherwise in order to try and secure a little bit more of an advantage when it comes to the chase later on today. So we've still got that to look forward to, but it looks as though we're getting ready for this first semi-final between Elizabeth Gilmore and Morgan McGrath. Over to you, Camilla.
Thanks, Pete. Well, it's emptied out quite a bit, hasn't it, Natasha? I feel like it felt so full with all 11 athletes out there in the stadium at the same time, but a very lonely place. And again, this is proper gladiatorial stuff, right? It's kind of like Matt was saying, tennis or those competitions where it really is head to head, and the stadium's emptied out, and all the focus now on Gilmore and McGrath, the 2 Americans.
And their fellow competitors are cheering them on, but from afar, this is between these 2 ladies that we have here. Both of them had relatively short strokes in their 200 meter. They were up around rate 50. So I expect in this 500 meter, we're around a 140 time probably that we're looking at. So we want to see a lot longer strokes from them as they try to settle into the middle part of this race and then really take it up at the end again in the final 200 meters. So starting out strong, we have Morgan McGrath at a 134, 133. They're really not holding anything back here as they try to go for it. They can see how many meters ahead each one of them is, and they're not letting that lead go. Elizabeth Gilmore at a 131. This is incredibly strong from the American athlete. I'm impressed. But look at that very high stroke rate, 39.40 strokes per minute. I would say that's almost too high here as she's really feeling it in the second half of this race.
Yeah, but Natasha, look how efficient she is. She's sat nice and upright. And I think as the distances get longer, that efficiency becomes so key, and you can kind of get away with it in 200 meters. Morgan McGrath, so powerful. She can afford to be that little bit longer, try and drive the chain through. But when you're looking at 500 meters, a much more traditional sprinting distance, you do have to pace it and you do have to be efficient. And just look at how upright Gilmore is. Look at her shoulders. McGrath's swinging a lot more. And I think that energy expenditure through 500 meters, when it's that little bit longer in time, is just not quite laying out her stand for the victory here in this semi-final.
And as they go through their final 2 strokes, it's a very definitive win here for Elizabeth Gilmore. That was impressive. A 1:32 time. Morgan McGrath 1:35. Still remember how impressive that is. They've gone through 4 challenges and are still putting up very competitive times if they were competing just in the 500 meters here. So these women have a lot to be proud of. And as they stretch it out, Elizabeth Gilmore has some recovery to do before her 800 meter. I don't think it'll be a surprise to anyone that she is in the final for this challenge.
She just keeps going from strength to strength. And I think after last year, she proved that she was a really versatile athlete, exactly as the challenge suggests, the Versa challenge. And it doesn't matter whether it's a new challenge, whether it's a challenge that we've had back from last year. She just seems to keep on producing great performances. And we've got, again, another returner in the form of Charlotte Dixon taking part in this next semi-final. She's going head-to-head with Ella Fox, and these are the 2 athletes that we saw perform really well this morning, Natasha, in the third challenge, the power and pace, and they're going head-to-head here, power versus pace.
I think that's very exciting to see, and I think all of the athletes are a little bit unsure of who's going to take this one. Both looked very confident in the 200 meter, both had those long and strong strokes, and that's what I expect to see here in the 500 meter. They must have been a little bit intimidated, though, seeing that 1:32, 1:33 time from Elizabeth Gilmore and Morgan McGrath over there. So they're really in their heads a little bit, but they have to remember that this is their race. They're against one another, and it's going to come down to very slim margins here as they set up and get ready to go.
Yeah, Ella Fox, one of the things she said in her bio was her favorite workout is 6 times 250 meters. So she's so used to this. Get ready to go, 45 seconds rest. And let's see if that comes to fruition here. A little bit longer, though, on the clock, 500 meters. And I think both of them taking off at a more conservative pace here. They're opting for the kind of 148, 141. Fox actually even lower. Maybe she's decided that she just needs to get through this round and record a time. But Dixon 146, and maybe this is where we're starting to see that come into play around the timings of the events, right? This is the second semi-final. They know they have to go straight into the final to race Elizabeth Dixon. So maybe that's why we're seeing these times creep up ever so slightly to try and conserve that energy, because if they're going to take down the champion, Natasha, they're going to need to give everything they've got.
I would say so. I'm actually very curious about this around 30 stroke rate. Ella Fox starting to take it up a little bit, going around 35, but splits are quite a bit higher here at a 149 and 152. Charlotte Dixon trying to keep it strong at just under a 150. She has the lead right now, only by about 10 meters, with about 25 strokes left in this race. So she has to remain conscious. She doesn't want to go too easy. I think Ella Fox has a bit of a sprint in her, but it seems both these athletes went quite hard in their 200 meter. So they're really trying to conserve energy here. They know one of them has an 800 meter coming up after they complete these last maybe 10 strokes of the race.
And hey, Natasha, this is actually far more reminiscent of the elimination one yesterday, right? Is neither of them really want to be the one to waste the energy. All they need to do to get to the next round is to win. You know, that guarantees them second place at a minimum. And so I think that was really perfectly done there by Charlotte Dixon, is do enough, but not too much, and it guarantees you second place. I think for Ella Fox, you know, that time won't be enough to put her, you know, ahead of Morgan McGrath in the previous round, but I think that will sew up fourth place for her. She's already banked a good lot of points, so I think that will be the ranking. But look, Charlotte Dixon looking like she's got plenty of fuel in the tank. And hey, a little word between herself and Gilmore there. Smiles on both of their faces. They're both maybe chatting strategy here, Natasha. This is really interesting to watch. This is our two finalists now kind of debriefing and feeding back straight after this semi-final, hey?
I think what this last race has proved is that this is really not a predictable racing situation here. And it could come from that endurance that we were talking about. They've already done 4 races, but I was a little surprised to see how conservative they were in the 500 meter to get ready for the 800 meter.
Yeah, the tricky thing with that is going to be that, I was waiting through that last semi-final to see whether Ella Fox might just, with 100 meters to go, there was only 20 meters separating them, 10, 20 meters. She could have caught Charlotte Dixon napping into the last 60 or 70 and chipped in for the win. But they've got very little break now before they come on to their final. But in the meantime, we've got time for a quick interview down on the floor between Mike and Eric Murray.
Olympic champion Eric Murray. So we saw some different techniques in the heats and the semifinals. You look at Morgan and Ella, they just have produced tremendous power in that 200-meter race. But then Charlotte and Elizabeth, a little bit cleaner technique, and they emerged victorious in the 500-meter. As the distances get longer, how important does technique become?
Well, there's 2 elements to it. There's the technique, because shorter distances require like a lot more raw power. So it probably is going to look a little bit rough around the edges. But when you look at this event, you had a very, very hard first semi-final. And you've got to remember that this whole Versa Challenge is taking into account points, right? So the points you accrue from this race will give you your bonus points for the last race. So in their heads, they're looking at it going, do I need a win? Am I happy with second? Am I happy with third, fourth, fifth? So that all comes into the equation. That's why you saw Liz and Morgan just going full tit. And then, of course, Ella and Charlotte, not as much, because they're like, I'm happy with where I've got my points. I think that's going to help me for the next round. And so when you look at this final, you've had Elizabeth, who's had to do 700 metres of really hard racing. And you'd argue to say that Charlotte's only had to do 200. So when you come to a final like this, you've got to look at it and say, well, who's got the advantage? And this is what the Versa Challenge is about. There's strategy, you've got to have everything, and all the attributes of being a good indoor rower, some strength and fitness. So this is what is fascinating about this event and why we really want to grow it, so we can find our all-round indoor rowing champion.
Well, that's a great point, because Charlotte did have more of a pedestrian 500 meters. So with 4 to 5 minutes of rest, I mean, how difficult will that be going from 500 to 800 with that short rest period? Do you think that will make a big factor?
It will make a big factor, but the fact that she didn't have to race it full out, if she had to go the same amount of energy as Liz on the first one, then I would say, yes, that 2 or 3 minutes can make a big difference now. But because they didn't go full gas, there is an advantage there, right? And this is what this whole event's about, is that I wouldn't say there's luck involved, but there's definitely strategy and tactics that you have to implement to try and become the Versa champion.
Reading between the lines, Peter, I think Eric is predicting a victory by Charlotte here in event number 4. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, what a cool turnout that was for that second semi-final. I liked looking at Ella Fox's approach compared to Morgan McGrath, because if you think about it, if she had tried to race through it, she'd have only earned herself the privilege of 800 meters against Elizabeth Gilmore in the final, which would have just burnt even more matches towards the final, the chase that they've got later on this afternoon. So is that justified by the points that should have won? Probably not. So clearly that was her tactic, but it's given Charlotte Dixon a pretty clean ride into this final. So let's have a look at some predictions here. So based on what we've seen so far, Camilla, and what we know of these athletes, I think that Charlotte may be in with a chance based on how those semi-finals worked out.
She might, but one of the things to point out here is even if Charlotte wins, she still can't topple Dixon in the overall standings. So it will be really interesting to watch how she approaches this. Does she just conserve energy ready for that chase, ready for the final? Because regardless of whether she comes first or second now in this 800 meters, she's going to end up in the same place going into the final round. So I think if I was Dixon chasing Gilmore, my apologies, got those the wrong way around, then I think it would just make sense to conserve the energy. I don't know. I really hope they give us a race though, right? Because that's what we're all here to watch. It's what we're all here to see.
So
but
I'm going to hold you
ultimately,
to it.
they've got to be tactical.
Your prediction, one name, give it to us.
Gilmore. I think Gilmore's going to do it anyway.
Okay, Natasha, what are your thoughts and what's your prediction?
I am the same as Camilla. I'd say they have to think ahead to the chase later on today. It's a 10-meter advantage that they're getting for every place that they have. So whoever's in first there will have 1,900 meters. Whoever's in second will have 1,910. So is it worth winning that 800 meter for those 10 meters? Are you 10 meters worth of tired when it comes down to it? But I will give the same pick, Elizabeth Gilmore. We're cheering for a champion here. She looks really competitive and ready to repeat her success from last year.
That's the tricky thing, isn't it? Is that even if Charlotte Dixon beats Elizabeth Gilmore, she may not move up a ranked position in the total standings, because it's the total standings that affect the advantage they get in the chase afterwards. So that's the key difference there, is that it might not be enough. But then again, would you want to sit on a floor in a venue surrounded by spectators and not punch out a big time? I'm not sure I'll be able to do that. And you can see that there's people filing back into the stadium here. So guys, take it away. Tell us how this race is going to unfold.
Thanks so much, Pete. Yeah, the stadium really filling up. A Saturday afternoon here in Prague, and two of the most impressive athletes here that have made it through to the final of the Sprint Pyramid Challenge here in the Versa. And I really hope we get a great race here. But tactics at play, right? It's a combination of 5 events, Natasha. We've got to think tactically. And if Charlotte Dixon's got any chance of being crowned Versa champion, it's all got to come down to the chase for her. So what's her approach going to be here? Maybe that's what they were talking about after we saw them both finishing their semi-finals.
I think so. And as much as you can have all the strategy in the world, once you hear those fans cheering, sometimes those tactics go out the window. There's a lot of adrenaline in the O2 Universum in Prague right now, and I think they're starting to feel that adrenaline. So even if their mind is saying conserve energy, there's a lot of excitement that might come out, especially in the first maybe 10, 15 strokes here. The athletes are going to want to get that split down just to show they can. There's a bit of personal pride at here, I would say.
Yeah, definitely a bit of personal pride here in front of all of the other competitors. And you can see in the background there, all of the other Versa competitors staying behind to watch who is going to be champion of the Sprint Pyramid. Last few moments here as we prepare for 800 meters. So a lot longer here. This is a few minutes worth of rowing. And I do wonder whether it's going to be more of an advantage here for Dixon, who took that last 500 meters a little bit easier. But they're both off. And the stroke ratings in this very early stage looking to be quite conservative, Natasha.
I would say so. Maybe they did chat a little bit of the strategy here. But if I were them, I would be looking at, are we 1 meter ahead? Are we 10 meters ahead? Is there a chance for a sprint at the end? I think it is going to come down to the final 200 meters here. They are conserving energy. They are tactical, both looking very cool, calm, and collected right now. But I think they both know that they have a fierce competitor on the other side. So I would expect them to really bring it up and keep looking at who is slightly ahead, who has that slight advantage. I think it is a matter of pride, and we'll see it as we come to the last 200 meters of this about 3-minute race, it's looking like.
Yeah, Natasha, do you know what? I think I would put money on the fact that conversation we saw happening between Dixon and Gilmore was, what are we going to do? What is it that we're going to go out there and do? Let's do, rate 24 for the first couple of 100 meters, then let's push it on to this, and then let's sprint for the end. Let's leave it. I reckon they'll sprint in the final 150, 200 meters, and I could be proved wrong here, but I bet they've agreed to keep a cap on it until the final few 100 meters. Look how close their stroke ratings, their split times, the meters that are ticking down, it's almost identical. So if this hasn't been kind of, pre-agreed, or even just they both feel and they both know that that's advantageous, they've read each other's minds, and they know that the thing that they need to do is conserve energy for this afternoon. Look at that, 0 meters separating these two.
I think this is one game theory economists are going to study in the future. We can see them switching every so often. They only have about 300 meters left in the race, and there's the rest of the Versa athletes cheering them on. I think they understand what's happening, and they're all supporting each other, which is great camaraderie to see throughout this Versa challenge. 2 minutes gone, still some smiles and laughter, so they're having a good time as they stay super, super close. 241, 242, they're within a meter of each other, but we're seeing them stay consistent up until this last 200 meters, and I'm just wondering when are they going to take it up?
Here they go. I think Charlotte Dixon, she's up at 25. You can start to see her shortening the strokes up now. Do you know what this reminds me of? Have you ever seen the sprint in cycling in the velodrome where they both are kind of looking over their shoulder? They're waiting to see when the other one's going to go. And I think Charlotte Dixon's picked her moment here. She's up at 30 strokes a minute. Gilmore doesn't look like she's responding yet. Maybe she's happy to let Dixon go and take the win in this one, knowing she is secure at the top of the leaderboard regardless. But I'd still love to see a sprint. And here goes Gilmore. She's starting to chase now with that final 50 meters to go.
And look at Dixon. She makes it look so easy. She is up at 35 strokes per minute, a 135. She is sprinting under 130 now. Oh my goodness, but making it look easy. Look at them go. High fives, camaraderie. What a great end to this challenge.
Yeah, I think it's a really nice feeling, isn't it, to be part of this group? And we talked about this throughout the competition. These athletes are a travelling pack, right? The 11 of them have a unique thing here at this competition, that they're all part of this exclusive Versa challenge that they've qualified for. And it creates a special bond. And you can see that between these athletes, that they love competing against one another. They're sharing this experience of new events. And there is the final total of points from that standing. And all of those earlier rounds, you know, those athletes in that bottom half, the bottom, 5, 6, 7 or so places, 8 places in fact, they're all kind of determined by that time that they produced in heat 1. So that's how it all shook out. That's the final point standing, and there is the overall leaderboard going into the chase. So that will be your standings for the chase. That will be the order the advantages get given in. And like we say, it's those 10-meter advantages as we go down the board. The leader will make sure that they're set off with that slight advantage that will be a payoff for all of their the challenges they've done so far. But Pete, that was as we predicted, I think.
Well, as I called it, I did say that Charlotte was in with a chance on that one. I didn't see them going so steadily on it. But looking at the final points rankings at the end, had Charlotte lost to Elizabeth Gilmore, she'd have only had one less point, and she'd still have therefore been on 47 and ahead of Morgan McGrath. So it wouldn't have actually changed anything in the total points ranking as we go into the chase. So that final actually had no concluding effect on the standings going into the chase. So makes total sense. Why burn more energy when you know that the chase is what it's going to be all about later on this afternoon? The last two races of our event here at the 2024 World Rowing Indoor Champs, presented by Concept 2. Now, oh goodness me, I love these Versa challenges. They're so exciting. It requires so much brain power to work out what's going on and the effect that it's going to have on each aspect of the points rankings. But we're going to move on now to a couple more other races. We've got the 2K races coming up now. We've got the 2K race for the women's 19 to 20 and the lightweight women's 19 to 20 category, and also the open weight 20 to 21 women's race coming up in just a few minutes time. But I can see, Natasha, that they're getting themselves ready here. We've got 24 athletes competing in person, 6 taking part virtually. So it's a pretty big field, 30 athletes to compete for essentially 3 categories worth of podium positions. Who are your picks as you look across the field here?
Well, I think it's great that they just showed them on webcam. Alexandra Foster is coming in from Germany with a time of 6:50. So that's a very impressive time for someone 21 to 22 years old to be entering with. And then we also saw Mazarine Guibel from Belgium. She's coming in with a time of 6:55. So underneath that 7-minute mark. So we'll have to keep an eye on the webcams. They seem to have cheering squads there with them, and they know they have a chance to do something great today in the women's 21-22 category.
Yeah, Alexandra Förster, what an absolute force of nature, and still in these junior categories, in this women's, 19 through 22, absolutely outstanding that we've got someone of this caliber who can qualify a single scull for the Olympic Games in Paris at this age. What a sensational talent, and she's just going to go from strength to strength. And we know that she's been successful at this championships before, all the way back in the 2020 edition. She pulled a time of 6:51.3. Now, in my mind, Natasha, that's 4 years ago. She was still a junior. She was still an under 19 at that point. So we know that she's going to come out here and put on a real performance. But as you say, still got plenty of competition across some of the other categories as well. And we'll have to see if anyone can get close, especially those that are in the arena. You can see how full those ergometers are. This is a really well contested event.
It is. You talk about the other categories. We do have the lightweight women's 21-22 category. Zoe Dixon is there, who won it last year. Bruna Parente, you can see in the lower right corner of your screen. Also a great competitor, won ages 19 and 20 last year and has now aged up. And then in the arena, I believe we have Doris Meinbeck from Estonia, who won the 17-18 last year with a time of 6:52. So to keep note of this race would be to see these athletes go under 7 minutes. It's a huge accomplishment, not only at this stage, but also a personal accomplishment. So we'll definitely be cheering for the athletes to reach that milestone.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Nervous moments here, and all athletes told to stop rowing. And we'll have to keep eyes on all of the handles across both the virtual stadium and in the arena in Prague. Are we ready to rock and roll? Attention and go. And all of these athletes will get underway in these categories, 19 through 20, 21 to 22, and of course the lightweights as well. But here we go, off the mark. I'm trying to see at the moment, Natasha, who is out at the front of this field. It's a tough one. I think maybe looking down to some of the Czech athletes there. I thought it was Eliska there in second place. And look at these great images we've got coming in from all around the world.
We do Farida Al Saeed on your monitor here, looking to be doing this with her teammate, Hubert, as we mentioned earlier. What a huge cheering squad she has there. She looks very long and strong competing in her uniform. We'll have to see how things shake out in her race. We do have a couple leaders here. So we have Doris Meinbeck for the women's 19-20. We have Marie Dolizova from Czechia, so a hometown favorite as well in the arena. Here we can see Alexandra Förster also looking very strong. She is in third place in her race, holding a 1:42. And here we go. We have some of our athletes from Czechia. It's great to see that hometown representation that we have here. Look at these stroke rates around, 30, 32. And then from Germany, Paula Heinen up around a 34. So all very competitive times, it looks like, so far as they end out this first 500 meters.
Yeah, Doris Meinbeck really blasting out the gates here, starting to drift up on those split times, which is that number you can see on the right-hand side of the leaderboard that starts with a 1:: So that 1:44, that's the time it takes to complete 500 meters in. So the higher the number, the slower the time. We want to see nice low numbers there, but she's up there. If you look at the graphics, about a boat length ahead, if not a bit more than the rest of this field. The Estonian, also an on-water athlete, and looking to add to her 3 other World Indoor Championship titles. She's a 28-time Estonian champion as well. So no surprises to see her out in front. But it's Alexandra Förster in the other category that we predicted would be well up there in that women's 21 to 22 category, and she's actually pushing the splits even lower, 1:42s. That's so impressive moving into this second 500 meters. We're well through it now, and hot on her tails is Marie Dolezalova of Czechia. only 6 meters back. She's keeping really good tabs here with the German athlete. And could we see a race on our hands here into the sprinting stages? But this gap that we've got in the women's 19 to 20 from Doris Meinbeck back is quite astounding. Jumping now to the lightweight women, a much closer race than we've got in the other two categories. Look at this here between Parente and Podrazilova of Czechia. Just 3 meters separating these two, Natasha.
It looks like a really tight race. Right now, Bruna Parente looking very collected, really strong finishes here, which I think is a telltale sign that she's trying to bring the power up through this 1,000 meter, calling a bit of a power 10, maybe trying to bring the rate up a little bit. And you'll see her split just went down from a 151 to a 150. She knows she's just about in the second half of this race. It looks like her coach behind her cheering her on, and we have someone in front of her looking more nervous than she is. Alexandra Foster, who has a commanding lead right now of about 20 meters. She is also rowing very long. She looks quite calm. Remember, to get under that 7-minute mark, they need a split under 145. So this 142 is looking very promising. We have Dolazalova here from Czechia, who is on the floor, and she's at a 148. So if she does bring it down soon, she can also hope to get near that 7-minute marker.
Yeah, it's. I think it's going to be well through the glass ceiling of 7 minutes here for Alexandra Foster. It's just a question of how far under, and if she's going to keep it at about a 142 average. We're looking at a time here of 6:48. We're even on track to go sub 6:50, which would be gobsmacking. So let's keep eyes on that. We've also got this impressive performance from Doris Meinbeck, who we've talked about in that slightly younger category, the 19 to 20. An absolutely enormous margin, 42 meters over the Swedish athlete in silver medal position, Amanda Elizabeth Jobs. But both pulling similar splits now. Maybe Meinbeck just starting to waver here going into the final 500 meters. But I think the gap too great here for the Swede to close down, Natasha.
I think so. And I've been in that position. Maybe she went out a little bit too hard. Maybe she was a little bit too optimistic, but she's just waiting to see that 500 meter marker. Once she passes that third 500, we call it, she knows she can make it through to the end. You can see the breakdown of races here. We also have some very tight races in the middle. So Paula Heinen, Aliska Sijova, Ariel Nussbaum, they're all within about 3-4 meters of one another. So we'll start to see them sprint. They're all around a 148, 149, and it's whoever can bring it down in their last 500 meter for that women's 19-20 race. There really is a race in the middle, and that third place is not determined at all at this time. Down in those red boats, we have the women's 21-22 category. Alexandra Foster, as you say, a 142 time, so well below that 7-minute marker. But we also have Mazarine Guibert, who we see on our screen right now, holding a 146. She is really looking at that 7-minute time, and her cheering squad is starting to go right now. They really want to carry her through the last 250 meters of the race.
Yeah, the podium places here with plenty of support, and we've got a lot of them on our screen here. Doris Meinbeck in the top big picture in the stadium in Prague, going for the gold almost certainly into the last 100 meters or so for her. She's pulling a split of 141s, the grimace on her face huge, but I think she's almost certain for a blistering time. Alexandra Foster will finish there 142.1, a time of 6:48.4 in that women's 21 to 22 category. She just keeps getting better. Let's see what Meinbeck records. Yes, sub 7, 6:57.7 to win out in the women's 19 to 20 category. A gold medal for her to add to her collection of both national and world titles. A great round of applause there for Mazarine Guibert of Belgium. What a great cheering squad, like you say, Natasha. She looks like she's got the whole of Belgium out there to support her. But some more brilliant performances of medalists. We've got even a few Czechia athletes up there on the podium too, Natasha. A great experience for them for a home event.
And we see here Bruna Parente, well-deserved break here with a 7:16. That wins the lightweight women's 21-22 category. So she did really well. Her coach coached her through it quite well. A lot of great webcams for these athletes. It's good to see them competing virtually as well as in the stadium. And as you say, a lot of athletes from Czechia, in particular, Martina Ziralova. She came in at 6:58.1, so almost tying Mazarine Guibert and just having a little bit better of a sprint at the end there. So very impressive second place. As we said, hometown favorite from Czechia, probably a lot of cheers in that stadium. We have a couple finishers just reaching the end here. We have Samia Mohammed from Egypt at 8:23. And then Noor Aref, also from Egypt, is coming in last 5 strokes of her race as we watch this quick recap of all of the different racers going through.
Yeah, what a brilliant race there across all of those categories. What impressive rising star athletes. Alexandra Förster there, the gold medalist, live from Germany in an eye-watering time of 6:48. That is absolutely stunning, and don't be surprised to see her up there in Paris later this year with yet another impressive performance as Germany's women's single sculler. I'm sure we'll see her there. But there she is on screen, just cooling down, and it seems to be that she's pretty chilled out. A little bit of a sigh there, but really, you know, looked quite composed, Natasha, for such an impressive time.
Absolutely. And sometimes these 2,000-meter races, you really suffer through them. Sometimes you feel your training and you feel quite strong at the end of it. You know you've just climbed that mountain, and that feeling of success is very hard to put it into words.
Well, I tell you what I really enjoyed about that last one with Mazarine Guilbert is that she had a little cordoned off barrier with a panel of people sat at a table behind her and a full barrier to hold back the fans. So clearly growing accolades for our athletes tuning in from wherever they are in the world. So as we've heard, that was the under 1920 women's lightweight women in 21 to 22. Here are their formal results. Doris Meinbeck, we were hoping to hear from, but I think she's overcome with elation at the result. 6:57.7, taking the gold medal in the World Championship title for her age group ahead of Amanda Elizabeth Jones. And then in the 21 to 22 category, Alexandra Förster with a 6:48.4. Cracking result for her there. And in a moment, we're going to move on to the next 2K race, but I think we'll have one more result to show up on the screen if it comes, but maybe we'll catch up with that later. The next race on the course is going to be the 19 to 20 men's category, so a slightly bigger field here. We've got 26 athletes taking part in person in the O2 Universum, and 7 joining us virtually. There's Farid Arif from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we've got Savin Rodenberg joining us too in this category, but they look just about ready to go here, Camilla.
Yeah, they do. And again, I think hopefully we'll see another great performance here from some of these athletes. And the stadium is back. Aaron Andries of Belgium, a familiar name here, taking to the stage, and I can spy that table that you were mentioning, Pete, there on the left-hand side. They look like a panel of judges, don't they? Maybe they're keeping him in check, but lots of support there from the Belgian indoor rowing fans. We've got more scenes from Egypt, from China, so many countries represented here. We've got Pakistan, Kuwait, Mexico, Czechia, Ukraine. This really is a multinational event here in this men's 19 to 20 race, Natasha.
And unlike the last race, this is just going to be the men's 19 to 20 category, but we may see a couple races within the races. We have about 7 competitors around the 6-minute mark and quite a few competitors around 6:30. So we'll be looking out for those 2 main times. You can see them doing their first few strokes of the race. They're really getting into the start. We see a high stroke rate, around 40 strokes per minute as they try to get that wheel spinning. And we'll see them start to sort themselves out into a bit of a leaderboard as we approach this race. So a 1:26, a very strong time by Saad from Egypt, closely followed by Venkura from Czechia. And here we have our current leader from Egypt. He's got someone holding down the indoor rower just so it doesn't jump. He's pulling very, very hard here. A bit of a somber crowd behind him, but I'm sure they'll start cheering once it gets to the middle point of the race. We also have all of these athletes here in the stadium, as you pointed out, not just from Czechia, but from all around the world. They've traveled to be here. We can see a bit of a lead change happening up front as everyone is trying to go out very hard in the first 500 meters or so of this race. But keep track of that middle area, because I think we might have a surprise in store for maybe all of the medal positions as Czech seems to be moving up in the rankings.
Yeah, it's exciting to see Jan Žižek back. He's been competing at these World Rowing Indoor Championships for the last couple of years now. And I think he even entered the under-23 category not so long ago, back in 2022. He's got a very fast-pitted time projected, as you say, 5:55, and just as I say that, it's like he heard me. He went into gold medal position, overtaking the Egyptian and pushing him back into silver medal position, and we'll have to again just keep a close eye through this middle stage when all of the athletes settle down into race pace. Now, surprising, I think we don't have here on the board Artem Zakharov. I was looking forward to seeing him race, another contender that we often see producing great times in these more junior categories. This is the, as I say, 19 to 20, so not quite juniors, but just out of juniors. But here's another rising star, Aaron Andries. We saw him racing at the World Championships on water last year in Belgrade as part of the men's double for Belgium. So now contesting another discipline, taking his hand to the ergo. We'll have to see what kind of time he will produce. But there is Zakharov. He's down in maybe, fifth or sixth, which is not quite the performance we have seen from him in the past. But nice to see some new names up here, Natasha, the Estonian and all of the athletes from Czechia who are taking the home advantage.
Absolutely. And I really do think these athletes can hear you, Camilla, because Zakharov, as soon as you said his name, moved up from about 8th to about 5th. So I think he's really looking to drop his split as the race goes on, maybe finding a little bit of inspiration from that middle 1,000 meters. But we do have quite a few Czechia athletes in this race. We have Jan Tichy, who is in about 5th right now, but only 3 meters back from his closest competitor, also holding a very competitive time around 1:32, 1:31 split. All of the athletes seem relatively consistent in terms of stroke rate, right next to their split, around a 33, 34, 35. We'll start to see that come up as they approach about 700 meters to go. We have Martin Sedlak on the screen in Czechia. He's hearing all of the cheering go on, and we just saw him move up a place. We also have Zakharov now in 5th position, came up from 6th. So also gaining ground, but between him and Tichy, it is very, very close as we head into about 600 meters to go in this race.
Yeah, 600 meters to go. And this is the point where if you're brave, you start your sprint early, anything between that 750, 500 meters, and especially if you're in a close tussle. So again, if I was some of those athletes that are fighting for a podium, Aaron Andries has just pushed up into bronze medal position. Artem Zakharov also pushing up a position. Abdelrahman Saad is going to have to respond somewhat if he wants to challenge for that podium. Karol Kiva stays in silver medal position for Estonia. And as we enter the final 500 meters, all the positions keep changing here. Zakharov moves up once again. He's now in 4th behind Andries, and these two athletes separated by just 3 meters, Natasha, for a bronze medal.
Right now, they can see their projected time on their screen. They're in pain, as you can see, but they know how close they are to beating that 6-minute mark. Some of these athletes beating that 6:30 mark. They're looking at the nearest round number and thinking, can I get under that? They're looking at how many meters between them and their closest competitor and thinking, can I make that up? We've got about 20 strokes, 200 meters left in the race for some of our leaders. Czech has such a commanding lead. You have to believe that the crowd is really taking him through. But Kiever from Estonia also looking very strong. He's at a 126. He does have a sprint here, but it looks like Aaron Andrews also has a sprint. So he's about a meter ahead, and this next 10 strokes is going to be about defending and protecting that 1 meter lead.
Wow, Andries now up at 50 strokes a minute. He really is going for that silver medal. They are tied on meters, but it looks like the Estonian has responded. He's pushed back out another 2 meters, dropping that split to 126, 2 strokes out from the line. The ranking will remain the same for those medals. It wasn't quite enough from Andries, but it looks like he's pretty pleased with that bronze medal anyway, as are the crowd around him. And wow, that was some performance there from the Czechia athlete, Zizek, who honestly, that was pretty amazing stuff. 5:55.4, all of the medalists under 6 minutes in this this more sort of younger category, 19 to 20-year-old men. So impressive. And look, even we were talking about Zakharov, the Ukrainian, who has been up there time and time again. A time of 5:58, not fast enough to get you on the podium here in this 19 to 20 category. It just goes to show you the future is bright, Natasha.
That is so impressive. We see Shi Wei just finishing his race out here. He has a teammate next to him, and congratulations, finishing that race, competing at Worlds. Thank you so much for the webcam there, just to see the effort put in by these athletes from the People's Republic of China. We have actually quite a few close races here. Savin Rodenberg, you see on your screen as well. He's just rowing it out after really feeling it. But we also have the Ukrainian Boletov and the Czechian, from Czechia, we have Venkura. They both pulled a 132.3 split. So a 609.2, 609.5, very close. You can see at the bottom of the results screen there. And perhaps we'll take it back to Peter to take us through these results.
Thanks, Natasha. Exciting stuff there. Jan Zizek, 5:55.4. I mean, anything sub 6 is amazing, but to have 1.2 seconds separating second, third, and fourth is just astonishing. But part of the way through that, I was thinking if we had Alp Karadugan, who was in the under-17s race of yesterday, he'd have been either gold or silver today. He got a 5:55. I can't remember the tenths of a second on it, but he did do a 5:55. So he'd have been at least a gold or silver here in this 19 to 20 age range. So impressive stuff. But Jan Zizek is the world champion, the gold medalist for the 19 to 20 age group. Really exciting, that one. We've got one more race before we move on again to the Versa. The next race, we move up an age group. We go to the 21 to 22-year-old men's race, again over 2,000 meters. In this one, though, we've got 19 people taking part virtually and just the one person joining us virtually, although I can see a couple of people here. This is a recap of the set from the previous race, so it'll just be one person in the next race joining us virtually, due off in just a few minutes time. So why don't we have a chat about who we've got lining up in this one, because things are only going to get faster as we go up through the age categories. Camilla, any particular picks from you?
Yeah, I think in this next category, the 21 to 22, the name that stood out to me that I recognised, Leo Moister. He was a medalist in the under 23 500 metres back in 2022. I think he picked up a silver even at his young age. So Moister is the one that sticks out to me as someone to watch, Pete.
Yeah, good call. And we've also got Andre Pinto, who I think we might recall, the Portuguese athlete there, boat number 102. So, but we've got an interview coming up, so we're going to jump down to the floor where hopefully Mike has the winner from the last race.
Thank you very much, Peter. I'm here with Jan, who first place there. Incredible, your first ever gold medal. We've moved from a lying position to a seated position, so you're starting to recover a little bit more. What does it mean to win this gold medal, your first, in front of a home crowd?
I mean, it was a great experience to race in front of so many people. Especially on the erg. I competed in a couple of competitions on the water, and internationally this is my first erg race in person. I raced a couple of races on erg during the current quarantine, but it's a completely different experience to row here in front of 100 people or at home in your bedroom.
The push from the crowd must be amazing. I'm curious, so this is your first international competition. Where do you foresee your career going in the next couple of years?
This year I hope to qualify to the Olympics in Paris in the quadruple scull. Right now I am a under 23 athlete, so it will be a great experience to row with older rowers and learn one thing or two from them just at a young age.
Well, you have a bright future ahead of you. Great interview as well, in complete exhaustion. Go rest up, and hopefully we'll see you in Paris. Congratulations.
Goodbye.
So cool to hear from him, literally having just collapsed off the side of his ergo. Clearly big things coming up for Jan in his rowing future as he looks to build into the on-water scene, and clearly going to be a rock as part of the Czech national squad. So lots to look forward to, because the next race is due off just any moment now. It's the 21 to 22 men's category. So Natasha, why don't you take us away?
Absolutely. And as you were saying earlier, these athletes keep aging up, and some of the new athletes keep on getting stronger. So no one can really rest on their accolades, especially when you switch age groups so quickly between the 17-18, 19-20, and 21-22 category. So these men competing in the 21-22 category, they know that this is their opportunity, because the next generation is coming, and is coming faster. We have a couple people here who are around that 6-minute mark. We saw about 5 people break in the last race. So we have Leo Moista, as Camilla said. We also have Vit Baldinas, also from Czechia, so a bit of a hometown advantage there as well. We have Dominic from Hungary with a 6:05 he's entering with. So we'll see if he can bring that down in this race. And then very close to him, Thomas Zobel from Czechia with a 6:06. So all of these athletes are seeing that stop growing. That means all of the flywheels, we want them to be completely motionless to keep it nice and fair as we start this race.
Yeah, exactly, Natasha. Nice and fair. And I'm really interested by the dynamic here. Pete mentioned Andre Pinto, who just missed out on a medal at the under-23 championships in Plovdiv last year on the water. I think it'll be interesting to see whether he can get himself onto the podium despite being virtual. And I suppose Leo Moister, who sat there on the ground, surrounded by the Czechia team, right, who are all going to have the home support, is that perhaps going to give him a little bit more boost with that noise from the crowd that will elevate that performance? But we're underway, and I guess we'll just have to wait and see. These first few strokes really don't tell us too much, Natasha, as we saw in that previous race.
They really don't. It's just who has the most adrenaline in this case. We have Mohammed here coming in from Egypt. There's a huge Egyptian presence here, which we love to see. He came in with a time of 6:09, so we'll have to see if he can beat that in this race. Andre Pinto from Portugal, he won this race with a 5:49 last year. So I think he'll be looking for a repeat. Marcelo Simoes from Portugal, he came in with a 6:03 time, currently holding the 3rd place position as they start this race. So looking very strong there. And then Leo Moista, who is currently in 2nd position, looking very calm inside of the stadium and seeming to rate with the person next to him, which can help as you start going through the race.
And I think that's the thing, as we go up through the age categories, Natasha, more racing experience under the belt, especially at this 2K distance that requires a little bit of race maturity, right? To pace it in the correct way, not go off too hard, but ensure that you sprint at the right time. I think, you know, at what point do you think in this 2K we'll start to see the real standings bubble to the top?
I think around the 700-meter mark. I think we still have a lot of race to go, especially with such a broad category that we're dealing with. There's Andre Pinto. Again, he is in 1st position, only 9 meters in 1st, though. So again, we'll have to wait until the second half of the race to see how the rest of it shakes out. Currently looking very strong. But inside the O2 Universum, we have quite a few athletes from Czechia who are joining us. So some of them might be teammates, might know each other. A lot of them are pacing around a 132, 133. They seem to have very similar goals in mind, but hoping to upset them is this man, Saifeddine Mohammed from Egypt. Here we see quite a few athletes. You see the matching uniforms. That means they might be teammates. Leo Moista still holding on to that second place position. He's just above that 1:30 mark, so he seems to be looking to go under 6 minutes here. Another couple of matching uniforms from these athletes. In the middle of the race, we have from Czechia, Boldinis, Ruska, Dosikal, and Zindluka, and they're all within about 10 meters of one another, holding that 1:33 pace. So they'll be looking, they can see they're maybe 2 or 3 meters back from their nearest competitor, and they're going to be keeping track of that, especially as they do a bit of a power piece here through the 1,000-meter mark. They know they're halfway there, goes from 4 digits to 3 digits in terms of numbers of meters on your monitor, and that's the motivation I think they need. As we see Andre Pinto drop to a 1:29 here, Mohammed around a 1:31. Hopefully he can get that down to around a 1:30, but this might be a personal best for him as he's coming in with a 6:09.
Yeah, it's really motivating, isn't it, when the digits tick down from 4 digits to 3, to see that 900 meters or so come onto the screen, a little bit of an extra burst of energy and entering that third 500 meters. Now, Pinto's been hovering at around a 1:29. He was 1:28 in the first 500. That's going to give us a time in between sort of 5:52 to 5:56, depending on, whether he manages to pull the average down to the lower end of that. So it won't quite be as quick as his time last year, Natasha, if he carries on this way, unless he's got a hefty sprint in the bank. But given the cushion he's got on Moista over in the arena, I think a gold medal looking reasonably nailed on here. But look at this, the fight for bronze is all to play for here between Egypt's Mohammed and Simões of Portugal. Just 1 meter separating these two, very similar ratings. In fact, actually, Mohammed, slightly lower rating, so a little bit more ceiling to go for in the sprint here.
I think so. I think he is quite the tall athlete, so he's also looking to use every inch of that length as an advantage over his competitors. But I think we'll see this start to heat up. They're both within a meter of each other, around a 1:30, 1:31. As we mentioned, this might be a personal best for both of them, so we'll have to see their cheers after this race. They just have to get through this last 500 meter. Andre Pinto now bringing it up. He's got a 36 stroke rate. You can see the effort he's expelling here. Look at how close he's getting to that catch. His shins are completely vertical, so he's really using all of his legs to get down to that 1:26 split that we see at the top there. Leo Moista still holding on to that second place position by about 10 meters, but it will be a fight to the end for Simões and Mohammed. They're within 2 meters of one another. It's going to be an exciting last 250.
Oh, Simões in that bottom left-hand corner of your picture there. You can just see the pain on his face in that boathouse as he ratchets up the rating from Portugal. He's joined by Pinto, the other Portuguese athlete. Could we see 2 Portuguese athletes on the podium here? That would be absolutely sensational. But the Egyptians coming back here. Mohammed, he's clawing back with his fingernails. He's down at 1:27. He's put the rate up to 44 strokes a minute. But I think Simões has done enough here to claim bronze. Pinto will take the gold, 5:49.9. That is pretty spectacular there. He did manage to push it all the way down under that 5:50 for the win. Moista, a very respectable time, 5:58.9, and yet another event where all three are on the podium, sub 6 minutes, as Marcelo Simões of Portugal wins out that fight for the bronze medal. Unfortunate there for Egypt's Saifeddine Mohammed on your picture now, who's being consoled by the rest of his team. But wow, Simões gives a scream of exhaustion there, because that really was the race of the day for me so far, that 1 meter separating those bronze medalists. Moista looks happy though there, Natasha, with that silver medal.
He looks very happy. He broke that 6-minute marker, and he knows that he pushed all he could, so he has a lot to be happy about. I would be happy as well. But we saw quite the sprint from Simões from Portugal. He was down around a 1:24, out sprinting, I think, everyone in this category, which is very impressive. In Czechia, we have quite a few competitors very close to one another. Dozikal just beat out Zindluka with a 6:11.4 as opposed to a 6:11.5, which you see on your screen here. Of course, all of these times, Andre Pinto with a 5:49, the same time that he actually won with last year. So definitely a repeat performance from him.
Wow. I just can't believe he's won by 9 seconds, guys. That's the amazing thing from my perspective, is how do you win an event like this by 9 seconds? I mean, when the margins are so tight, an absolutely phenomenal race by Andre Pinto to take that win.
Yeah, it really was. And that's an average split of 127, just over 127, which it blows my mind. You know, we're getting into the point now where these sort of youth athletes, they're still in an age group category technically, right? They're under 23s. They're able to get down to that sub 5:50, which is a time that we'd expect from people who are, you know, expecting to go to the Olympics this year, right? It's so impressive.
Yeah, entirely. I mean, the Holy Grails are sub 5:40, and you know, these are elite athletes who train full time doing nothing but that. And then we see someone like Andre Pinto in an under 23 category bang out a time that many in the engine room of an 8 competing at the Olympics this summer would be desperately keen to have a time like that roundabout now in the lead up to the Olympics. So that just, I hope, for those at home who might not be familiar with the benchmarking of the times we're looking at here, that time as an under 23 is directly comparable to what we'd see in the engine room of an 8 going to the Olympics, and a medal-winning prospect or a prospective medal-winning 8 at the Olympics this summer. So phenomenal performance by an under 23, let alone the fact that he won the category by 9 seconds is absolutely astonishing. So clearly some big things for Andre and the Portuguese squad, because we had Marlos as well in the bronze medal position. So maybe they need to go into a small boat for Paris this summer together and see what they can do. But that was the last of that few 2,000 meter races before we move on to the next of our Versa challenges. It's the same one, the sprint pyramid, but this time for the men that we can look forward to. It's due off in a few minutes' time, which gives us a few moments to just talk about what we think is going to happen here. So many of these events are brand new to all of us, the worldwide audience, us as commentators, and indeed the athletes. We've seen the women do their race now. So Camilla, what can we take from how we saw the women's event unfold to what we might think will happen with the men's?
Yeah, I think there was some lessons learned from this new event, right? We saw towards the end people conserving energy for the chase because of the way that the points were delivered, and by those athletes reaching the final, they'd almost guaranteed their standings anyway, regardless of the result. Now, I think in the men's race, there's a lot that the points are somewhat closer, especially through the mid rankings. So I think we're going to see a lot more in the way of racing, especially through the heats and the semi-finals, rather than that pace, you know, coming off the gas in order to conserve energy, because those gaps are just so much smaller. And again, if someone like a Joel Nakarinen, who I think will do very well, and he's leading the standings, he may choose to take his foot off the gas if he guarantees himself a final. But I think the remainder of our athletes, it's all to play for.
Certainly seems that way. Well, we're going to be going down to the floor in just a few moments' time. We're ready for these athletes to walk in. But just 2 seconds from you here, Natasha, what do you see happening?
I see them learning from the women's sprint pyramid event, and I see them saying, okay, we saw what happened there. Should we conserve some energy? Joel has about 9 points to work with, so I don't know if he'll be going out strong, as Camilla says. We'll have to see.
Okay, we're going to go down to the floor because they're going to be walking out strong, I'm sure, ready to take their positions on their ergos. So Camilla, let's see them come out and let's introduce them to the world.
Thanks so much, Pete. Yeah, they'll be walking out in the same order they've walked out for the previous 3 challenges. So we'll meet them once again out here in Prague. And we should be expecting our first athlete, Cedric Leroy, joining us in just a few seconds' time. And he'll be getting ready taking deep breaths, ready to take on the sprint. The French athletes first onto the floor every single time. They must be getting used to this pattern, used to the excitement, the nerves, the planning. And as the lights go down and the excitement goes up, here he comes, Cédric Leroy, the French athlete, 41 years of age, and looking to be in the French army quite soon. Maciej Zawoyski, the new father, we've seen some great performances from him. He's been really consistent so far, the man from Warsaw. Let's see if this will be yet another success for him. A very familiar face for most, the YAM squad, Cam Buchan, the 31-year-old, taking on the Versa this year for the first time ever. Andrew Tomlinson will be next, the 37-year-old from New Zealand. He's a firefighter and prepared to get very uncomfortable, much like his idols. That's what inspires him to push on in this Versa challenge. Anders Mekestad Jakobsen of Norway, the 43-year-old, a former runner who we could see flying up the rankings. Lots of potential here in this next challenge. Brian Bunch is next, the oldest competitor in the Versa Challenge, 52 years of age, from Alabama. But that's not stopped him from putting in some cracking performances so far. A returner to the Versa Challenge next, the USA's Zach Fowle from Phoenix, a bronze medalist in last year's challenge, and looking to improve on his current 6th place position in the standings. Lubos Novak is up next, another firefighter. Seems to be a popular occupation for Versa Challenge athletes here across these 12 men, and maybe that helps them with versatility. Dylan Dragsvik is the 45-year-old father of 2 that's next to walk out in front of the crowds in Prague. And Vladimir Steska is the hometown wildcard favourite of Czechia that will have the entirety of the arena around him. Matthew Seaby, we heard from him earlier during the interviews with Mike Down on the floor, and looking to diversify coastal rowing into Versa Challenge rowing and indoor rowing. And speaking of which, one of the most diverse athletes on the roster, currently leading the standings, Joel Nakarinen of Finland. He seems to turn everything he touches into gold. And let's see if that will be the case here in this next race, the next challenge, the Sprint Pyramid. So just a few moments to go here, Natasha, and having a bit of a look at the heats we've got lining up. First up, we'll be seeing Joel Nakarinen in action versus Cédric Leroy and Lubos Novak. That must be a pretty nerve-wracking experience for the other two in that first heat.
I would say so. It's quite interesting seeing Lubos Novak. He has quite a few places to make up in the rankings, so I think we'll see him on the left there really try to give his best to this race. And I think this 200 meter will be very definitive in terms of strategy from the other two athletes. Is Joel going to hold back, or is he going to continue to assert dominance as he has through this entire competition? Cédric Leroy, he is in 7th place right now, but he is tied with Dylan Dragsvik and Matthew Seaby. So he also has a lot to fight for in terms of rankings. There are quite a few ties and very close points happening here. So I think this means a lot in terms of points, in terms of the challenge. So we'll have to see how each of these athletes goes out. They do have quite a big competitor in Joel in the middle. So we'll have to see what they do, setting their watches just to see, how intense this race is going to be. They've been told to get ready. We'll see them grab their handles soon. It's just a 200 meter. Mentally, you're either counting strokes, you're thinking it's 25 strokes, or you're thinking just go, don't think. You can do anything in 30 seconds. You're not running into your aerobic zone. You can stay anaerobic the whole time. So it's just going to be raw power. We can see them getting ready here. I think that is pretty telling in terms of the amount of effort we're going to see from Joel Nakarinen today.
Wow, that's some face, isn't it? I'd be scared. I am scared, actually, even just watching it on the screen. But what we'll see here, Leroy and Novak going up against Nakarina. You know, it's not guaranteed. 200 meters, like you say, it's an all or nothing, progress or not. We're going to see this over in less than 30 seconds. But the other athletes, you know, they're going against every other heat to try and secure the fastest time possible to get as many points, even if they can't step out of the groups. But Nakarina, no surprise there, 5 meters up on the rest of the group, and he will get the advantage if he progresses through of that long rest time we were talking about ahead of the semi-finals. So lots and lots of motivation here to keep himself at the front of the leaderboard. And with 5 meters to go, it was as it was planned on paper. Nakarinen will progress through to the next round, but Leroy will take the honours of second. We'll have to see how that time of 30.2 seconds matches up against the other heats to see how the leaderboard trickles down for our final 8 athletes that don't progress through to the semi-finals. So any lessons learned there, Natasha, from that first heat?
I think we're going to see some racing. I think strategy is one thing, but being in this crowd, I think a lot of these men are letting it inspire them, doing their very, very best. I think because the leaderboard is so close, even if they're not looking to win the race by a large margin, they do have to think about the other competitors. Even if they're not directly going against them, they have to put up the best time possible, because the 200 meter might be the only race they're measuring time against.
Yeah, definitely. Now, we've got this second heat coming up here. Vladimir Steska, Andrew Tomlinson and Cameron Buchan of Czechia, New Zealand and Great Britain, respectively. Now, we were talking in the women's race about their kind of preferred workouts, their training, which a lot of them have given us as part of their bios. It's so interesting to see the likes of Andrew Tomlinson preferring things with a rate cap. So this is definitely not up his street. Yet Cam Buchan, who we've got on screen here, his favourite workout is 6x500. So almost a carbon copy of what we've got to prepare for here today. And they're underway, less than 30 seconds to go. Sharp intake of breath. And wow, look at the ratings here, Natasha.
They are going as quick as they possibly can. Look how quick Andy is out of the gate. He is less than a meter off Cam Buchan right now. And then Vladimir Steska. Oh no! And he's just off his indoor rower there. That's unfortunate. So it looks like Cam Buchan is going to finish out the race here with a 1:16 time, so a 29.2. That is under the 30-second marker. But disappointment for Andy Tomlinson here. Just a little bit too excited and jumped his seat.
Wow, that's such disappointment for Andy Tomlinson. He was doing so well. He could probably see he was only 1 meter off Cam Buchan. That's the face of a really heartbroken man there who was fingertips away from progressing through. And that can happen sometimes. There's so much power being put through the ergo. You've got your feet strapped in. And so it can be really easy if you just push a little bit too hard, time it a little bit wrong. That power can propel you to almost stand up, Natasha, from the seat. And that seems to be what's happened here to Andy Tomlinson.
Absolutely. And you can see on the front of every single indoor rower, they have 2 weights down. So they know the power of these athletes. Oh, we'll see it again. He just loses it, unfortunately. But we can see that there is a weight weighing the indoor rowers down because they're putting so much power in, especially with that first stroke. We call it jumping the erg, when it actually lifts up from the ground. So they don't want that to happen. In this case, they want them to be able to put all of that energy directly into spinning the fan and lowering those splits. We have the next race coming up here with Zach Fowl, Magic Zawadzki, and Brian Bunch. They're also looking very close in the rankings, around a 24, 33. So Magic has a bit of an advantage there. But they've got their 30 seconds of racing here. Zach Fowl coming out in the lead. Very short strokes here, almost 60 strokes a minute, but a 1:07 time. That might beat it for everyone today. A 1:15, still very impressive. Magic knows he's going to beat his other competitors just in the time. Brian Bunch giving it his all, 53, 1:20 as fast as he possibly can. And that's the end of the race. But what an impressive time by Zach Fowl at that 27.7 seconds.
Now, that's hugely important, Natasha, here for Zach Fowl, because he's 3 places behind Maciej Savoyski in the overall standings currently. So by guaranteeing himself a semi-final place, that could really help his chances with trying to close that 8-point deficit that he currently has behind the Polish athlete Savoyski. And I think he'll be really surprised by exiting at this point. But it just goes to show you different athletes, different strengths, and in each of these challenges, you can really make strides if you place your advantages. And we've talked a lot about that in the Versa Challenge, right? Where do you play to your advantages? Where do you conserve energy? And I think Zach Fowl, the American, really taking up the mantle and playing to his strengths. And actually continuing on the legacy that the Americans seem to be very good at this challenge.
I think so. And one thing we haven't talked about is a lot of these athletes do have a coach. So they're not also doing all of the strenuous activity and all the mental math that's required to figure out where they are in the standings. A lot of them have coaches and teammates who are helping them through it, and that's really influencing their strategy as well. So you're really looking at a bit of a team effort here because so much strategy is needed. This is the last semifinal that we're going to have. It's going to be Dylan Dragswick, Anders Jakobsen, and Matthew Seaby, and they are off. Seaby really going for it here. Oh, but he is just back. This might be the closest race that we've seen. Dragswick is the leader right now, but Seaby is just behind him. We have less than 10 strokes left in this race. It's going to be who can hold on. Seaby just passed him. Dragswick is back. Every stroke is going to count here. They have 4 left before they cross the line. We can see who brings it. It looks like Seaby. Oh, Seaby just wins it.
Oh, wow. That was a live reaction we got there from Dylan Dragswick, wasn't it? The American who just narrowly got shut out by Matthew Seaby. That was exchanging the entirety of that 200 meters and blink and you miss it. Less than 30 seconds, but Seaby seems really pleased with that performance. But it just goes to show you've really got to take every opportunity with both hands over 200 meters, because the difference between progressing through to that semi-final and not is over in the blink of an eye. So that concludes the 4th heat of that round of the sprint pyramid, and I believe at some point we're going to be ready to throw down to somebody who has a lot of experience in this challenge, who competed in the women's edition this morning. I think we should be ready to go down to Charlotte Dixon, who will be joining Mike in a few moments' time. So we should be hearing from Mike in just a second. I can actually see them in the middle of our screen there. We've got a great camera shot, so I can see exactly when they're ready to go. Mike, I think just taking the time to understand a little bit more about Charlotte this morning. But it looks like Mike is ready to go, and I can't wait to hear from this morning's victor from this challenge, Charlotte Dixon.
Charlotte, you won event number 4, the sprint pyramid for the women. And I have to be honest, this semifinal and final were a little bit pedestrian. The pace wasn't what I was expecting compared to your first round. So let's talk about that strategy. Were there conversations with your competitors in both the semi and the final of what pace to start with?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, it's a lot about tactics, and that's what we had to do. So in the semi-final, it was me and Ella, and she realised that she couldn't move up the leaderboard anymore, and she wanted to, there's an aspect of saving yourself for the last challenge. And then once again in the final, Elizabeth was already ahead. I couldn't catch her by getting a final point. So we mutually agreed to sort of keep ourselves a little bit of energy for the final event, and then just a bit of a sprint at the end. Still nice to get the event win, and it puts me hopefully in a nice position going into the final.
Like there was almost an inspiration from short track speed skating, where you see kind of the slow first laps and you figure out who's going to make that push. So you had quite a conversation with Elizabeth for quite a few minutes before the final. So did you come to an agreement of, say, the last 200 is going to be the push, or who suggested what?
So, like, Elizabeth and I know each other. We were on the same team last year whenever we did the team event, which is nice to be able to know someone and have that conversation. But yeah, we basically just said, let's keep it switching for the first 600 meters, and then last 200 we said we'll give it a push. Yeah.
You competed in the Versa Challenge last year, so this is your second attempt at it this year. What are you happy with performance-wise through the first 4 events, and what do you think you need to work on for version number 3 of the Versa Challenge in 2025?
So I think, same as last year, actually my first event was my worst event so far. I find it quite a lot coming out onto this competition floor. The nerves get to you and everything. It doesn't matter how many of these competitions that you do, it still hits you. And I think, same as last year, as the events go on, it's as if I grow in confidence. So I think for next year, I think I just want to try to compose myself for the first challenge, and I think consistency always wins throughout these challenges. So that's what I just want to bring again next year.
Charlotte, you've set yourself up well for a podium position going into the chase coming up very shortly. Congratulations on your win, and will you get ready for event number 5?
Thank you very much.
Well, great to hear that confirmed, Natasha. All of our conspiring earlier that we thought that was the case, that herself and Gilmore were chatting away and talking about what the best tactics are. But it's always nice to see that our suspicions were correct.
It really is. And it's interesting to see how she talks about being teammates and having that mutual understanding. It's important not to underestimate the amount of camaraderie that there is in rowing. Some of your competitors end up being very close friends. They end up being a support system as you go through and try to do your personal best. Peter, what did you think about that strategy we just heard from Charlotte Dixon?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's directly applicable to what we're looking at now in the men's, right? So Joel's basically won his heat, which means that he's in the top 4. And that means that at worst, I think he can get 8 points. And he's on 43 already. He's got 7 or 8 points lead already, which means that he can just coast through these last 2. Well, he could just lose this next semi-final, not have to do the 800 meters, not have to race this 500 meters, still win the largest advantage going into the chase anyway. So I'd expect to see him post it and Cam Buchan do just enough to make sure he gets through to the next round to see what influence that has on the point system for Cam's potential advantage into the chase. So I love this tactics with the points. It's such a tricky thing to work out. I wonder if next year they'll put the sprint pyramid earlier in the program, because then when there's a lot more up for grabs, you might see less of these sorts of tactics because we're so close to the chase now. I don't know. What do you think, Camilla?
Yeah, I think that's a really good call out, right? And this is the thing, you never know with new events, and with it being only the second year of competition in the Versa, there's a lot of opportunity for tweaking, for feedback. And hey, next year we could see 5 new events entirely. We may not even see the sprint pyramid back next year because nobody knows. And that's the beauty of the Versa. But we're jumping right back into this semi-final, and we'll have to, I think, keep beady eyes on whether a similar thing may happen here. And oh yes, they've false started, I think it seems. Yol just a little bit too keen there. They've switched the names around now. Yol on your right, Cam on your left. But it looked like, Natasha, from that sneak peek that we got, we're going to see a very similar thing to the final between Gilmore and Dixon in the women's sprint pyramid.
I think so. It looks like they've really worked out the strategy. It is a good point, though. This is only the second year of the Versa Challenge. So it's interesting how it's changed every year. These last 2 events are newer. They know a little bit more about the strategy from hearing about it last year, but they also don't know all of the events when they sign up for the Versa Challenge. So going into it, they know they'll be tested on strength, on endurance, but they don't know exactly how they'll be tested. And then throughout the course of the process, they learn what the first events will be. And then they think about their strategy for the first events. And then they learn about the events that happen later on. So they don't quite have time to view it holistically. They develop a strategy based on one thing at a time. And yes, it looks like we're seeing a bit of a lighter race happening here between these 2 athletes. It might take more time than anticipated to get through this 500 meters, wouldn't you say?
Well, do you know what, Natasha? I think Yol taking it very lightly here. Cam's now kind of stepped back a little bit, but it's interesting because for Cam, he's fourth on the overall leaderboard at the moment, right? He's sitting on 32 points, but by guaranteeing himself a top four finish, and more importantly, both Anders Jakobsen and Maciej Zawojski not progressing through, I think this could be a real opportunity to climb up into second place. And I think, he may still have to think about whether he needs to beat CB and Foul. They're a little bit further down the leaderboard, but CB could climb a few places. But yeah, points could be important here to see him jump ahead of Jakobsen and Zawojski, who didn't make it through to this semi-final. But all about energy conservation here between Nakarinen and Buchan. We may see a bit of a sprint at the end, who knows? But for now, 28 strokes a minute. They're both hitting the same split times per 500 meters. And Natasha, I think very sensible from both of them.
I think so too, but I think it's a little bit cheeky here. Each one of them is going one split lower, then one split lower. Yol has taken it back a little bit now. He's at a 147 as opposed to Cam's 145. But they do have about 60 meters left, and they are very close to one another. So I wonder what the potential is to really go for it at the end. You can see them starting to take a little bit of a stronger stroke for their last two as they finish out this race. But it looks like Yol is just going to conserve some energy. You see them exchanging a bit of a fist bump there. They both have their strategy down. So well done in terms of strategy from these two athletes.
Yeah, it looked like Cam Buchan was having a bit of a joke and a laugh there. Same with Yol. Good to see them enjoying it. And I think that's been a consistent theme of these Versa athletes. They're smiling, they're enjoying it. They're with a great group of people. But we will see Cam Buchan race in the final. Great for his standings, as I say, looking to push him on from that fourth place overall after 3 events. This being event number 4 here, this sprint pyramid, and the second of our semi-finals about to run, which will be Zach Fowl, who had a great performance in his heat against strong competition, going up against Matthew Seaby, who is posed and poised to gain a few places as well if he can win this entire event, Natasha. So I'm sure he's very motivated to go head-to-head with Zach.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They're separated by 1 point right now in the standings. So this 1 point is the difference between them. So I'm expecting them to put quite a bit of effort here because, as we know, every one of those standings is going to be 10 meters in the chase, the final competition where they race 2,000 meters, about 10 meters less for every point that they are in the standing. So this is determining those spots, and this race does have an impact. So we'll have to see what happens here. They were taking very short strokes for the 200, both of them going very, very hard. So you have to wonder if they're feeling a little bit tired here or if they're full of adrenaline because they know how much this race means.
Yeah, and adrenaline may or may not help over 500 meters. 200 meters, much shorter. We saw less than 30 seconds. This will be more around kind of 1.5 minutes-ish, depending on how hard they choose to go. But I think we are going to see quite a tasty head-to-head here. CB motivated by the fact that it could boost him up the rankings, ready for the chase. Fowl also with a similar thing, that he's currently sat mid-table, and this could seek to really benefit him into the final round. So yeah, very much more grit here in this second semi-final. Fowl looks absolutely dead set to try and be victorious in getting through to the final.
Yeah, I wonder if Matthew Seaby has really burned a couple of matches, as we keep saying, in the 200-meter race. He seems a little bit tired and not very inspired to win this race. I think he might be comfortable with his semi-final spot and just saving a little bit in the tank for that ending 2,000 meter. That hasn't deterred Zach Fowl at all. He's showing what he's made of. He has to be smart here. He's ahead by about 60 meters. So a 118 is a little bit of an ambitious split. He knows he has to go up against Cam Buchan in the final. And it looks like he'll be competing for that. So we'll see him get a little bit more reserved, I think, through here. He's up at 38 strokes a minute, but he's about 100 meters ahead. So he can really just coast through the end of this race.
Yeah, both seem happy now with their positions in this semi-final. Fowl was almost putting the handle down a little bit too early there. He had to pick it back up just to get himself over the line. He's going to high-five CB whilst he's still going. I don't think he realised there that he was still completing his 500 metres. He looks a little bit embarrassed about that, doesn't he? But I'm sure we'll see another high-five in 9 metres' time when CB crosses the line. I wonder what was just said there by the Canadian, because that was quite cheeky. Eric Murray seems to be laughing along as well as he watches on in this round of the Versa. But yeah, laughs all around. That was quite funny to see. But Zach Fowl pleased nonetheless that he will be facing up against Cam Buchan in the final. And I guess, you know, it's all to play for here for Fowl, I think. Buchan has sealed and tied up that second place in the standings overall, regardless of whether he wins this final or not. So for him, I think conserving energy with this short turnaround in time, 800 metres is a little bit longer than a sprint. And Pete, I think you called it, you know, maybe some lessons learned and some thoughts here for the organisers of the Versa in years to come.
Well, it's clearly a really cool format, the sprint pyramid. And, you know, there may be something about doubling the points maybe next time. But I think that the really exciting thing for this is that there is progress in this format. And there's clearly points to be won, and it should have an impact and it will have an impact on the chase. We look now to Zach Fowl going through. The fact that Cam Buchan's guaranteed to finish second in the overall rankings means that he doesn't need to put any effort into this 800. So Zach can just walk away with the event win, theoretically. And I think that's what we'll probably see going into this last round is Cam just take it easy, cover the distance, guarantee the second place overall behind Joel. And that means that Joel will have a 90-metre advantage. Cam will have an 80-metre advantage going into the chase later on. But I think we've now got Mike and Joel down there on the floor, ready to have a chat, so we can hear from the man himself leading the way into the chase.
Much, Peter. Yes, I'm here with Joel. Joel, not only are you a great rower, but you're a great number cruncher, because you knew exactly what was happening in that semifinal. I've never seen someone with a smile on their face as big as yours rowing 500 meters. So what was going through your mind before you started that race?
The interesting part was watching the other heats, because I knew that if I win my own heat, then it's only about the tactics, how much points I want to play for the other rowers in the semifinals.
Now that false start, that was on purpose, wasn't it?
I don't say that.
It was an honest mistake.
I don't comment.
We'll go with that. So we have the chase coming up, so you'll not quite have to row 2,000 meters because you'll be in the first position. How much do you have left in the tank to go over the finish line and capture your second consecutive Versa championship?
I'm strong, and now I know what's sure that I will face Cameron. He will be starting behind me in the chase, so I think my only goal is to keep him behind.
I assume the smile won't be as big during the chase as it was during the 500 meter there.
Let's see who is smiling.
All right, back to you, Peter.
That was great. Thank you.
Well, isn't that cool? I mean, it's so good to hear from Joel. He did he's got a commentator's job as a second job if he wants it as well. He and I did a lot of commentating at the Coastals, but he's just a formidable mind behind the muscle when it comes to the ergo, because he's got to run all those calculations, and he knows his strategy and his tactics, as he's demonstrated to me when he and I have spoken about coastal racing. But we were just talking behind the scenes there about if Fowl wins this, I think he's going to go up and tie for points with Maciek Zawojski, our Polish athlete. So there's still a lot in this for Fowl in terms of a few meters advantage that he can still take from this race or from this event going into the chase. So still all to play for. But Natasha, what's your read on this?
I think it's quite interesting hearing about how determined he is. He did put in his bio that the Finnish mindset of Sisu, a blend of willpower and determination, resonates a lot with him. So I think we really see it in his approach to the sport. It's also interesting, Zach Fowle, maybe that's why we saw him go so hard, even when he had the 500 meters really in the bag. And it might be because he knows how much there is to gain from this final of the sprint pyramid competition.
Very cool indeed. I mean, it showed just how hard he went out in the semi-final, that he knows what's at stake for him personally in this progress, when for others there's perhaps a little less jostling available for them in this. But Camilla, I think that is looking pretty sewn up now. I can't see Cam Buchan wanting to burn matches in order to stop Zach Fowle from getting the win in this event.
Yeah, look, it's mutually beneficial, right? A bit of symbiosis. Both parties want the same thing. Zach Fowle wants to win, to push himself up the rankings, to draw for fourth, which gets him that extra 10 meters. Cam Buchan wants to reserve energy, and regardless of whether he comes first or second, he seals that second place. So I think what we'll see here is Cam gifting the win almost to Fowle in order to make that happen. And I don't think there's any I don't think there's any consequences really to that happening. And we heard from Charlotte Dixon when Mike was speaking to her earlier, this particular format lends to people that can be strategic as well, and work with their coaches to understand the game, to understand how they play things. And with this new event, there's been a lot of learning as we go along, but I think they've all sussed it and cottoned onto it very quickly to know what they need to do.
Yeah, seems like it. Well, they're going to be getting ready for that final in just a few moments' time. 800 meters to cover. I can't imagine that they're going to be going anywhere over a 140 split, but we will see. We've been proven wrong in the past. Cam might fancy warming himself up for later, but why don't we go down to the floor and see how they're getting ready with their setup and the last few moments that they can rest before most likely be a bit of a row over.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, and we're not expecting any fireworks out of this head-to-head. Probably more laughs, smiles, and jokes like we saw in some of the other semi-finals. But it's still important. They've still got to complete it, right? And weirder things have happened. We've seen someone fall off their seat already. People mispacing things like we saw in elimination and the beep test. Things can happen, right? It's unusual. Cam Buchan trying to get the crowd clapping and riled up, ready to support. That's nice, isn't it? Both of them trying to use the energy of the crowd. But Natasha, it's all boiled down to this mutually beneficial, as I say, final for Cam Buchan and Zach Fowle.
It really makes you wonder, because they're looking at their placement in the final. I wonder how beneficial it is to look at that placement rather than to try to tire your competitor out. If Zach Fowle really needs this, it's on Cam Buchan. He can go a little bit harder. He can make Zach work for it. So even if he does move up in the ranking, maybe he's more tired for later on. They do still have to row 800 meters, and 800 meters feels long. So if you can complete it quicker, it might be part of the strategy. I think it's still a bit of a toss-up here. They might want to conserve energy, but I think there's also the recovery to take into consideration. They do have quite a bit of time before the last challenge, but they've also been through a lot this weekend. So we'll have to see how they go off. I don't know if we'll have any false starts this time, but they look quite prepared, maybe a little bit antsy as they go into this first bit of their race. Off the start, looking a little bit slower, but still nice and strong. Around 30 strokes per minute in the 140s. So it looks like they're taking it calm as well. Very similar to what they saw in the women's challenge.
This is good watching, good viewership. But I think that you make a really interesting point, Natasha, that if Cam Buchan has so felt like it, he could make Zach Fowle's job pretty hard here if he really wanted to. If he knew that he had the pace over him at 2,000 meters in the chase, he could make him work a bit harder than he really wants to win out this event. He can keep nudging the splits down, and Cam will be setting off ahead of him with 10 meters or so in hand, maybe 20 meters in hand, actually. And he can make life hard for Zach Fowle and try and keep that buffer as great as possible. So, he could be sneaky. He could try and nudge down the splits in order to make Zach Fowle just work a tiny bit harder than he really needs to win this event. But look, I think everyone knows what the outcome to this event is most likely going to be. But they're keeping it lively. 30 strokes a minute. They're not messing around. And I certainly couldn't do rate 30 for 800 meters, Natasha, in my current state of ergo fitness. That's for sure.
It's definitely harder than it looks. We're saying they're rowing calmly, we're saying they're rowing easy, but they are putting a lot of power into each and every stroke. They still respect this is a competition. They still know that they can't, fully trust that their competitor is going to let them get away with anything, especially how close they are now. We see them around a 150, but I think we'll start to see that 149, then 149, 148, then 148, especially as we enter the last minute or so of the race with the last 250 here. We see the crowd is not super elated. It's close right now, but they sort of know the outcome has already been decided. But it's a great work of strategy here for these competitors to figure it out. And I wonder if they have different circumstances next year, if they'll stick with the same strategy or if they'll change it a little bit, if they thought maybe it was more beneficial to push one another as opposed to letting each other get through. But we'll have to see how it pays off for them in the chase competition to end this.
Well,
There
here we
go.
go,
Now
Natasha. Look at
sprinting.
this. This is a sprint. This may not be all for Zach Fowl here, because Cam Buchan is really going for it. So he could really elbow out Fowl from that 4th place position. That would be quite a turnout. I think. Oh no! 0.1 of a second. Cam Buchan snatches it away from Fowl, and therefore pushes him down to 5th in the leaderboard overall. That didn't go to plan for him at all, did it? I did say, didn't I, that Cam Buchan could make life hard for Zach Fowl. And I think he actually went one step further from that. He actively has not allowed him to climb up the leaderboard despite being guaranteed 2nd place. So, look, goes to show curveballs can come in any format, Natasha.
It is. It goes back to that game theory concept. It can be all fun and games, but that last 100 meters, if you know you can beat them in a sprint competition, I think Zach Fowl did have the right idea in the 500, making sure he had that 100-meter buffer before letting it go a little bit. But now he didn't have that buffer, and it gets him a 2nd place in this competition. So we'll have to see how close they are in terms of the chase later on and see if that made a huge impact. That 0.1 of a second made a huge impact later on, but a very, very cheeky end to what seemed to be a very alliance-based strategy when it comes to the sprint pyramid that we had here.
Yeah, it's well, I think that's been a really interesting and lessons learnt period for the Versa Challenge, right? I think I've learnt more about racing and gamesmanship in this challenge than I have across the course of the last couple of days with the Versa Challenge, Pete.
Yeah, well, that 0.1 of a second has cost Zach Fowl 10 meters when it comes to the chase. That's the resulting impact of it on the overall standings going into the chase. We know the advantage that each athlete's going to have now as they enter the chase. 90-meter advantage for the current leader, Joel now Karanen. But then where we could have had Zach Fowl tied with Maciek Zawoyski and they'd have each had the same advantage, 10 meters less now for Zach Fowl, having lost by 0.1 of a second to Cam Buchan in that race. Cracking stuff, though, isn't it? It just shows that, you're not certain for anything, even when they're going slowly like that. He could have started his push for the line a little bit sooner, and Cam probably would have thought, I've been jumped to the gun, I won't bother at all. But in the end, he was chasing from behind. So hard work for him to get back in the action. So I think we've got an interview down on the floor. So we're going to go and catch up with Mike, who's hopefully going to hear from our leader.
Thank you very much, Peter. Yeah, Cam, so in your competition career or your training career on the erg, I assume gamesmanship doesn't really factor in all too much, and it definitely did in the semi and final. Just curious, what were your thoughts on competing in a race where you're actively not trying until the very end?
Well, it reminds me of there's cycling events. You go around the ring, go around the velodrome, and then you're just eyeing up your competition. We all know that the next event is going to be all the energy we can muster. So if we can just edge out that little bit at the end and save a good bit for the previous bit of the race, that's going to be beneficial going forward, and that's what I think we did.
I was watching you during Zach's semifinal. You were kind of cooling down, almost licking your chops because you saw how hard he had to push on that semifinal. So did that give you the confidence to know that you really just needed to outlast him on that final sprint? Was there a discussion on when that sprint would start?
Well, no discussion. I think it was just a mutual agreement. As we saw the women's previous round, it was a slower start, and then towards the end they went for it. And watching Zach on that last 500, I mean, I probably couldn't have done that speed. So I was very aware that just that little bit, I mean, we were 0.1 apart, so we could have went either way.
Now, it looked like you might have been at a disadvantage there because Zach was behind you. I saw you kept sneaking a peek. Were you trying to almost listen to the flywheel to hear when that started to pick up?
That's exactly it. I could hear the flywheel and then hear what rate we were doing. So I tried to keep the same rate as him. So if he did go, it was an obvious change, and then we can go together, and then it's just who can get to the end first.
Cam, one more to go. The chase is on.
The chase is on.
The chase is on. I was thinking as they were doing that when we saw Cam trying to lean over and just have a peek at the back end of one stroke just to see what was going on Zach's monitor. I was thinking they should put the ergos side by side but facing opposite directions so they can look each other in the eye and have a sort of a real head-to-head contest in that final sprint. But I was thinking also, for those that might be wondering, why would Cam be interested in burning matches to push Zach Fowl out of contention to be tied with Maciek? Well, it does actually impact Cameron because he would therefore lose a 10-meter advantage over somebody who would otherwise be further back in the field, because had Zach won that, he'd have been given the same advantage as Maciek in terms of distance going into the chase, instead of being 10 meters further behind Cameron at the start of that race. Well, we're going to go and look now to the next race as we go back to the 2,000 meter age groupers. We've got the 19 to 20 lightweight men and the 21 to 22 lightweight men getting themselves situated here. 13 in person and 7 taking part virtually. So, guys, who are your picks with here, Camilla?
Thanks, Pete. Well, I think lots of interest from the local team, the home team, Czechia, filling out the stadium in Prague. We've got plenty of interest there, but lots of really similar projected times here for those in stadium. I think that really it's anyone's game for this lightweight men's 19 to 20 and 21 to 22. I think some of the fastest times are in the 6:20s. I think that's the benchmark. But let's keep eyes on here. I think Mil Bloemaert is the Belgian on ergo number 101. So joining us virtually, you can see him there, top left-hand corner in that very familiar Belgium stadium. He's maybe got the fastest projected time here, Natasha.
Yes, at a 6:25. He did come second in this race last year, so he might be looking for a bit of a redemption arc, maybe looking for that first place position, but you have to take into consideration how many athletes we have in the O2 Universum from Czechia. You can see it's almost the entire field except for Mil Bloemaert. So that home field advantage might come into play. You can see our top 2 athletes right now, Kruza and Kulamanik, are from Czechia. So it'll be interesting to see how that sorts out as the lightweight men's 19 and 20 race goes on. A little bit faster than them in the red boats down near to the bottom of the screen, we have the light men's 21-22 category. We expect them to be a little bit older, maybe a little bit faster. There's Arana, our current leader, by about 3 meters. He's holding a solid 136 around, and now we switched to Bloemaert from the other race, but he was holding a solid 136 and around a 132. Now we have Mil Bloemaert, who is moving through 3rd place and is now about 4 meters behind 1st place. So he can see on his screen that +4, and he's making quite the effort to go underneath it, currently under splitting by about 1 second. So we'll have to see if he makes up a little bit of ground in the second 500 meters.
Yeah, the other thing to remember here with this event, Natasha, lightweight means that all of these athletes have to be 75 kilos or under in order to compete in this race. So lots of similar weights, which means that you have to be that bit more technical. It's a bit like in boxing categories, isn't it? That everyone's on a level playing field when it comes to that power to weight ratio, but it's those that can really utilize that and be efficient with it that are the ones that are going to come out on top. Still a very close race in both the 19 to 20 and 21 to 22, and we're here now with this 21 to 22. It's a little bit further back that we're focusing on at the moment, because for me, out at the front of this field is the Argentinian, who's just off the top of the screen there. So the German is actually in second position, Philipp Kaltenborn. He's now moved up into the top spot, but we've also got Matthias Ernesto Arana from Argentina, just 1 meter separated there in silver medal position. We're getting a bird's eye view here of the stadium in Prague, and in Prague at the moment, we've not got anyone in gold medal position, because this man here in the 19 to 20 category, Mil Blomart, continues to push away at the front of the field. I think some of our graphics potentially not quite showing us the gold medalists here on the screen. We seem to be missing both the Argentinian in the 21 to 22 category, and also we've not got Mil Blomart, who we can see in the bottom left-hand side of your picture, who is in gold medal position. So let's just keep that in mind as we move forward. Myself and Natasha can see the live stats from Time Team that we're being given, but perhaps not just quite pulling through to match the pictures here that we've got. So we're back here now. There is the Argentinian Matthias Ernesto Arana, who is 4 meters back on gold medal from Philipp Kaltenborn. He's a silver medal position currently for him, as we have 800 meters to go.
They're really moving through this race quickly. As you say, 800 meters to go. Mil Blomart with an exceptional performance here today. Second last year, but a commanding first place position right now. He's about 20 meters ahead, and he hasn't really wavered from that 137, 136 split. So we expect that to stay pretty consistent going into the end of his race. Very close between two athletes from Czechia. We have Kruza and Korel, both in the O2 Universum. They're within a meter of each other. So they're effectively tied, both holding around a 140, 139 stroke rate. You can see them. So that's going to be the matchup to watch for that second and third place position. Not too far behind, though, we have Thomas Vopat and Max Brandon, also within a meter of each other. And remember, they can see on their screen how close they are, and that's really motivating them to get through this race. We also have Denis Kavarik and Votek Kalamanek, and they're both within about 3 meters of each other, again around that 140, 141. Spesny is rounding out the field, also in the O2 Universum. So we can see them here racing each other, typically seated next to each other based on the times that are coming in. So a big competition in the 1920 category. The 21-22 is also heating up a little bit. We have a bit of a definitive race at the top with the German in first place by about 7 meters. But our Argentinian, Arana, he is also moving up. He's about 7 meters back, holding very similar splits as we head into the last 300 meters of this race here. We're going to start to see a sprint. They really have to get the rate up, that 32 strokes per minute. That's not going to get Arana the gold medal. He really has to start picking up his pace here. Blomart commanding lead. Kaltenborn is in first position right now. He can see he's 4 meters ahead, and he's going to hang on to it in the last 200 meters of this race. Camilla?
Yeah, he's going to hang on to it. Wow. But look at this sprint for the line here by Arana in the bottom right-hand side of your picture. Live from Argentina, going head-to-head with Kaltenborn, who's in the stadium. He is really grimacing, gritted teeth to try and keep his nose out in front. And he's up 47 strokes a minute. He's racing virtually his competitor from halfway across the world, but just 4 meters separate them into the line. It will be the German that wins out. Mil Blomart will also get a gold medal, and exhausted at that in a time of 6:23.6, faster than his projected time of 6:25. So a huge round of applause from the surrounding crowd, and similar scenes in Argentina. Isn't it funny, Natasha, how similar these setups are all around the world, whether we were in Argentina, Belgium, or live in Prague. It's lovely scenes, and all quite similar for those who are who've been successful in this year's indoor championships.
It almost looks like they've done it before, doesn't it? We can see they have their full cheering squad here. Adam Cruza, who came in second position in that first race, narrowly beating out Coril, who is sitting, I think, very, very close to him. That was 0.1 of a second that they really, really had to fight for all through the entire race. They were within a meter of one another. Also some close races in the 21-22 category. We had Botek Sanda, Hoe Passos, and Yusuf Abdelhadi, who did a time of 6:38, so beating his 6:39 from last year. Here's Thomas Vopat, who came in fourth. He must be happy with that time underneath of 6:40. So all of these competitors did a fantastic job today. As we go through some of the highlights of the race, very well earned. He should be proud.
Yeah, amazing scenes here. And the Belgian crowd, they've been there all day. We've seen them for every single race. So they must be exhausted as well. But look at this. Matthias Ernesto Arana, thumbs up, hands in the air, really pleased. And similarly for Philip Kaltenborn, the German, but competing live in person in Prague, a lot more composed there in his sort of finishing of his event. And there are the final standings. What a time, almost 10 seconds clear there. Mil Blomart of Belgium ahead of a sea of athletes from Czechia. A really good outcome for him, despite being up against the home crowd cheering on the rest of their countrymen. And then similarly, the 21-22 2K, Kaltenborn, not quite as big a margin as we saw. That was a real race down to the line, and separated by only 0.6 of a second for that gold medal. But local interest in the bronze medal with Sander picking up that podium spot. But Pete, loving these races. It just seems to get better and better, every one that we get down the track.
Certainly does, and it's going to build to the crescendo. We won't spoil the surprise, but we know somebody's gunning for a world record later on in these series of 2K races. But before we come on to the next one, we're going to take this quick ad break. Well, we're moving sharply through this series of 2K races. We're now moving on to the lightweight women's. We've got the 21-22 lightweight women's and the 23-39 lightweight women's getting themselves ready. We've got 20 in-person athletes and 12 joining us from around the world. So I know our all-star commentators, Camilla and Natasha, have been studying the team sheets for some time already. Inés Oliveira on the screen we can see here, but Natasha, who are you looking at, or who are you eyeing in the entries list?
Well, I think we have a huge time coming in from Martina Rados, who is on our screen right now. She's putting in a 7:05 as a qualifying time for this, so we're expecting to see big things from her. A lot of the other women in this category are around 7:20, looking to break that 7:30 mark. We have Silke Tamburid on our screen, Maria Rodriguez, who we've seen in the past. So great that competitors are coming back. We also have Sarita Hansen from Denmark. She came 5th last year, so another repeat competitor. And it's great to see all of these shots from all around the world. We do have Faiza Jane Lenton, so I'm not sure if she's on webcam, but she's coming in from the Philippines. I had the pleasure of training there in Manila for a bit, so always love to see the Filipino athletes. We also have Soda Khan. This is for the 23 to 39 lightweight women. It's great to have these webcams. We can see them all competing, and we do have the 2 categories. So a lot of women that were being shown here are the 23 to 39, but we do have the lightweight 19 to 20 age category. And Camilla, I'll ask you if you have any picks in that category. We have a couple racers in this upcoming race, I think about 4 of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say. I think we get all of these projected times. I can see we've got notable interest here from. We've got notable interest across the board from India, like we've said. We've got notable interest from the home crowd in Czechia as well, but no performances. I mean, quite a quick time. Sophie Kubatova of Czechia, maybe one to watch there. She's in Prague, ergo number 57, gunning for a time of 7:19. That's pretty quick for a lightweight woman of 19 to 20. But you picked her out. I think my standout here competing, Martina Radoš of Poland. She was a member of the lightweight women's double scull last year for Poland that missed out on a place guaranteed for the Paris Olympic Games by just a few centimetres, second in the B final back at Belgrade. And so that kind of time, 7:05, that she's gunning for here, of world standard, of world quality. So let's see if she can hit the target when it comes to this race here at the World Indoor Championships. But we're about to go away. Natasha, I did not realise you trained in Manila. What time is it now in the Philippines? What time are these guys dialing in for this race?
I think it's usually about a 12-hour difference, so it might be 9 or 10 p.m. at night for this race. But yeah, super hospitable. They hosted me there, took me for a row. It's great to see all of these facilities in all of the different parts of the world. It looks like our time is not quite showing here. There may have been a false start. So they're just going to have to reset here. You can see them starting to row it out. The stop rowing is appearing on all of the monitors, and all of these numbers, if they're in the 100 level, these athletes are competing virtually. If they are in the double digits, these athletes are competing in person in Czechia. So that's how we differentiate in between them. A lot of them are seated based on the times that they've brought in. So if they are in Czechia, they're typically sitting next to someone who has a very similar time to them, especially in this age category. These are typically very experienced athletes. So they're really thinking, do I work with the people around me? Do I pace off of them? Just to give yourself a little bit more incentive. But you can see Maria Rodriguez here getting ready, getting back into that mentality again. You just had a bit of a false start, a bit of a change. So right now, when you're seeing stop rowing, you have to get back to this is the competition. This is the time. Just breathe and let's get ready for the start of this race. Hopefully it goes off without a hitch this time. And we have another false start. We've seen a couple false starts, haven't we, Camilla, throughout this World Rowing Indoor Championships this year?
Well, Natasha, looks like this one's looking to set the record for the number of false starts we can have in one race. Just everyone too keen to get started, too keen to get off the mark. Usually what happens when we have one false start is that everyone calms down and they relax, right? It sort of settles the nerves. They've taken their first few strokes already. They know what to expect. And it's almost like when you're sat at the start line of anything, or you're preparing to get underway, whatever it is that you may be nervous for, once you've started, those nerves tend to kind of disseminate. But in this case, it seems to me that we've jumped the gun a second time, perhaps still a few nerves hanging around. But wow, that's quite the stadium there for Silke Tamborian of Belgium. That big old screen next to her, quite the light casting down onto her for this performance. Maria Rodriguez there on screen. I think looking still quite nervous, right? It doesn't seem to have shaken off the nerves for these lightweight women. And the crowd behind biting fingernails in preparation for the go. And here we go, we're underway, and these athletes here in Portugal looks like taking this on together. That's really nice to see that they've got company in their erg room back in Portugal. But the arena also underway here, and from what I can see, it's been a great start for Sarita Christina Hansen, a regular competitor here at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. Great to see her back again representing Denmark, but she will have to be dialing into the virtual challenge that's being posed to her by Ines Oliveira of Portugal as she now pushes into the lead, Natasha.
It's nice to see all of these different teammates working together. We have Ines Oliveira along with Maria Rodriguez in there, both of them looking very focused, not pacing together, which is interesting. Usually you try to play off your teammates a little bit, but they both look very focused in their own zone for this race. You see the towel underneath her. That's to prevent her from slipping off, and maybe a little bit of a seat pad there just to give her a little bit of extra height going into this race. But we have our leaderboard rearranging a little bit at the top there. There are quite a few athletes in this race, so it goes on to a bit of a second page. But we have a couple people fighting for that fourth place position. Hansen actually down around that fourth place position next to Tamarin, who we see on the screen as well. They're within a meter of each other. So as they pass the 1600 meter mark, they really need to set the tone for this next 1,000 of their race. It's going to be a tough 1,000, a middle 1,000. They have to figure out what their pace is going to be. So we're seeing around a 33, 34 stroke rate. And there is your leader, Martina Rados, with a 35 stroke rate. So going very high, but she is a lightweight. So that's pretty typical, getting that speed from a higher rate there. We see a little bit of a lower rate here from Ines Oliveira, but she's not letting go. She's only about 3 meters back from the leader. She's about 1 split above her. So very, very competitive racing going along here. And now we see them. They're more in time. And those hard finishes tell me that she's trying to get a little bit more power there. Down in the lightweight 19-20 category, who we also have competing in this race, just the 4 competitors here, we have Sophie Kubitova from Czechia. So she'll be competing in the O2 Universum, has quite a commanding lead at about a 1:52 split, going around 32 strokes per minute. She is 30 meters ahead of Anna Kolomenskova, and then who we just saw on screen, Nela Kalusova, she is in 3rd. But there is Hansen, who is in 5th position right now, very close to Nehortovova, who is right next to her and in 3rd. So only a couple of meters separating these athletes, and it really gives you a sense of how close they are in terms of vicinity. They can feel each other next to them, breathing hard and working hard going into the second half of this race. There's about 100 meters to go to the 1,000.
That was a great shot we got there of the erg screen. You could see they got both of the statistics of what their current pace is, but also below how close both ahead and behind are in terms of the race that's going on around them. There's Hazel Wake, who is representing from Great Britain, part of the Oxford University squad that contended as part of the boat races and the lightweight boat races in previous years. But here, Kristina Neuhortova of Czechia on the left-hand side of your picture. She was also competing at the World Championships last year alongside Martina Radoš of Poland in the same event. Radoš representing Poland, Neuhortova representing Czechia. And so great to see them transferring disciplines here to the indoor rower from the on-water stage. But Radoš, as expected, leading the field like a metronome, 34 strokes a minute, no wavering. Just as I say that, commentator's curse, she lifted up to 35 strokes a minute, but looking very comfortable, very long here for a lightweight, despite that high rating. And it's keeping her moving down the splits. Look, she's negative splitting this, Natasha. She's gone down from 148 to 147, 146, 750 meters to go. This is really positive signs here from such an experienced athlete that I think we're going to see her hit pace for the time that she was expecting.
That's exceptional technique from her as well. You can see with her leg drive, it is one solid connection. There's no break in that hinge, and that's how she's getting all of that power from the catch to the finish of her stroke, really giving a masterclass in how to push through on these power pieces. We have a bit of a competition heating up near the middle of the screen. You can see they're all about 72 to 76 meters back. Hazel Wake, Libby Dankirk, Saad Afkhan, and Noemi Mesarova, who just surpassed Afkhan by about a meter. So that's going to be an interesting race to see in the middle. They're seeing all of that switching happening on their erg screen, and they're going, okay, I just need one more meter on this person. So we're really hoping that motivates them as they go through the final 500 meters of this race. We see a bit of a sprint now coming from Carl Julian Shaw. She just passed two people, and she's gaining on Laura Allen from Great Britain. They're both at around 1:58, so that's just under the 8-minute mark. You want to be under a 2-minute split. Very impressive field so far in terms of how close these rowers are, and in terms of their time. They're all looking to be almost under 7:30, aren't they?
They are. Look at this. We could see a race here for the silver medal in 250 meters to go in this 23 to 39 lightweight category, because Neuhortova of Czechia has been closing in, just being a little bit more consistent, as Oliveira of Portugal has just been drifting off the splits, and she's continuing to drift here. She's going to get caught napping by Neuhortova, who's there in the stadium, there in the arena in Prague, and that gap closing ever more. Only 6 or so meters separating them now, but Oliveira responding from Portugal to Prague. But I think Radoš safe and comfortable, it seems, 20 meters out in front with less than 200 meters to go now. I think that's our podium. It's just which order they're going to finish in. One big last deep breath, I think, for this sprint. Some great performances lower down the rankings, as you say, Natasha, all separated by no more than a handful of meters. But Radoš has been impressive throughout. She's not going to need to sprint. She's not needing to ratchet down the split times. She just drifts to a time of 7:09.0, slightly slower than she'd projected, but still enough to clinch a gold medal. And it will be Oliveira that holds on for silver ahead of Neuhortova. But muted celebrations in the Poland camp there for Radoš. Oliveira looks absolutely done for. Well, elated. I mistook that there. I thought that was a sense of exhaustion. In fact, just a sense of elation. She looks pretty pleased with that, Natasha, hey?
I think so. I think it was painful, but I think she saw she was in second and she did not let go. And sometimes that accomplishment, however painful it might be, makes the entire race worth it. We see Maria Rodriguez finish beside her, also looking exhausted. They can be proud. They really gave it their all today. We do also have a winner in the lightweight 19-20 category, Sophie Kobitova. In Czechia, she did a phenomenal job. You can see Anna Kolomaznikova finishing as well. She came second, just ahead of Mila Kalasova. So very impressive performance in Czechia for those 19-20 lightweight athletes. Rounding out their field, they're going to have Habiba Tarek, and then I think Jarina Nenichkova might have lost a bit of an internet connection there, but she's also coming into the gate. So all of these athletes, very impressive times. We're seeing most of them in the top 10 underneath 7:40. So great racing all over the floor here. And here we have their ending celebration in slow motion. You can see the realization start to hit.
Wow, we didn't see that real time, did we? That handle flying. I think she might have even been close to breaking the screen there, but what a celebration from Ines Oliveira. That is maybe the best celebration we've seen of the day. Not long until our next race of the day. Hey, let's hope that we've got more of that to come, because that was a stunning applause coming out of Portugal.
It is. You can really see how close the racing is when we have these lightweight categories. A lot of people are trying to get very close to that. I believe it's a 63 kilogram cutoff, just to make sure that they're using as much muscle mass as possible. And there you have our end results. Martina Radoš at a 7:09, so still under that 7:10. Incredibly impressive from her. Inez Oliveira with that great celebration around a 7:12. So that is some great racing there. We just had the 23 to 39 category. Remember, we also had the 19-20 category racing there. So 2 great races that just happened, and we'll see the same reflected for the men.
Yeah, well, we're moving straight on there, Natasha. 23 to 39 men's age group and 23 to 39 lightweight men as we've got lining up. They're already out there getting themselves ready because the start is in about 30 seconds. So lots to look forward to here. We've got 33 athletes competing in person, 9 joining us virtually from around the world. And I'm certainly enjoying these home scenes. Remind everybody, #MyErgRoom if you want to be in with a shot of coming free next year to the 2025 edition of the World Rowing Indoor Champs. Send us your photos on Insta. Right, over to you guys. Let's see how we get on with this next category.
Thanks, Pete. Well, so many big names in the lightweight men's category here. I think we've got some of those who have submitted slower projected times in the men's 23 to 39 open weight also joining in. But I think all the action will mostly be with the lightweight men here, as we've got some really big names. Yuri Simonek for Czechia. We've also got the great Martino Goretti of the Italian rowing team here too. So plenty of really quite quick athletes and times to keep eyes on in Prague. But we've also got Marlon Colpert there in the bottom of your screen, back in the Belgian base. I think we need to give a big shout out to them. They've been there all day, but they seem to have managed to clinch a load of medals, Natasha. So perhaps that little home setup working quite well for the Belgian team.
It definitely speaks to the quality of their training facilities, of the staff they have there, coaches, and also of their teammates. It's easier to train when you have highly competitive teammates and you're trying to keep up with them. Look at these high rates as they're off the start. They're about 200 meters into the race. Florian Roller from Germany. So he came in with a projected 6:09 time, and he looks like he's getting right to pace with that 1:33. As he goes into the first 300 meters of his race. Against him, we have Marlon Colpert. He is coming to us from the Belgian base. Is that what we named it?
Let's call it the Belgian base, Natasha. That sounds good, doesn't it? Belgian base doing very well there, Marlon Colpert.
Absolutely. We also have Jerzy Kowalski from Poland with a 6:10. So very, very close. We're expecting to see in the top here as we have them getting a little bit sorted. We have from Great Britain, Daniel Jones in the lead, but only by 2 meters. And then another meter back from Florian Roller is Yuri Simonek. So we'll see some quite competitive racing, and I think it will be down to the last bit of the race before we have a definitive leader.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. We're not even halfway yet, so plenty of time for those for the times to start fluctuating, for people to start burning up if they've not set their race pace correctly. Now we're just having a quick peek here on screen at the results from those 23 to 39 men. Remember, we've got another round of 23 to 39 men yet to come, so these athletes here won't win a medal if they win out in this heat. We've still got a whole heap more to come in the next round. But currently, Raul Overath of Germany that is pinning himself to the post for that top position out of this set of athletes. But still Daniel Jones of Great Britain leading out the way. He was part of the Great Britain rowing team for the European Championships last year in 2023 as part of the lightweight men's double. But back here now in Prague and looking to continue making strides in trying to beat some of the best in the world. Yuri Simonek, Marlon Colpert, all those that have raced on the water for their countries at the World Championships, and they're currently much further down the pecking order. A great performance here from Florian Roller as well of Germany, just 2 meters back from Dan Jones, and as we hit halfway, he even has an opportunity here to put a toe into the lead, Natasha.
I think so. We're starting to see a little bit of an uptick when it comes to stroke rate. That 36 37 up from that 35. And I think it's people trying to make a little bit of a move. We see Florian Roller. He knows he's 1 meter back from Daniel Jones, and it looks like he's going to try to make that up in this middle 500. You can see Florian Roller really reaching forward, using his arms a lot through here. Typically, this might get him a little bit tired, but it's working quite well as he's really keeping up as it comes to the standings right about now. A bit further back in the race for fourth position, we have Jerzy Kowalski and Marlon Copper. They're about 4 meters between one another, but about 10 meters back from a podium position. So they need their sprint to start right around now in order to catch up to the main leaders. We also have very close racing between Jaka Prochaka and Ruben Kahn from Czechia and the Netherlands, respectively. They're within 1 meter of each other with a 139, 140 there. Both of them seem to be competing in person, so they'll be able to see their times on the screen very close to one another as they head into this last 500 meters of the race. They know the sprint's about to start. You can see the pain on their faces, but once they hit 500, they know they just have meters ticking down, and they can see the next person that they need to pass in order to get to that gold medal position.
Yeah, no, and look, this is where the quality all comes to the fore. This final 500 meters, Marlon Copper on the screen there. He was part of the Belgian lightweight rowing team that contested the World Championships. Florian Roller, our gold medalist currently in the sprinting stages. He's also a 2-time world medalist on the water from the lightweight men's quad and men's 8 from back in 2015 and 16. So littered with world medalists and world finalists here. Simonek trying to do it here and close the gap to be a home sensation in Prague. He's trying now, but try as he might, he can't quite get his split down below that of what Roller can produce. Here he goes once more, 250 meters, 30 strokes to try and push himself ahead. Roller responds and goes up to 39 strokes a minute. The race for gold really is on. Dan Jones, I think, just used up all of his gas a little bit too early, leading that first half of the race. He's slipped off the medals, but look at Simonek go. He's, I can almost imagine the sounds that are coming there as he screams his way to a 2-meter deficit. He's not quite still able to turn Roller over, and with just 10 strokes to go, I think he's going to allow gold just to slip away from him here. Roller in the bottom left-hand side of your picture with 3 strokes at 45 strokes a minute to secure the gold medal in the 23 to 39 lightweight category. He'll leave Simonek with silver, but still wonderful performances. Jerzy Kowalski of Poland, who we didn't really talk about through that race actually, but yet another really accomplished lightweight athlete who picks up the bronze medal. And wow, you know, Marlon Copper off the podium in this particular event. Dan Jones, that early leader from Great Britain, comes in 7th place overall. But Natasha, I felt like, you know, there was changes all the way through that race. It was very hard to keep track of.
I think when you know you're up against these world-class athletes, all you can do is give it your best off the start. And that's really what Daniel Jones did. And I don't fault him at all for falling off a little bit. He definitely tried to go as fast as possible, but it was Florian Roller sitting in second for a while, but upping that stroke rate and keeping with those incredibly long strokes. Super, super impressive from that athlete. We can see we have some rowers still coming in here on the webcams in the men's open men's 23 to 39 category. We had, you know, the second set as part of this race as well, and Raul Overath came in at 5:55. So that'll be a time to beat, just to keep in mind for the athletes in our next race. But the results from the light men's 23 to 39 category, Florian Roller, very close times all through here for Yuri Simonek, Jerzy Kowalski, Marlon Copper, Sebastian Kleinsorgen really crept up there with Leon Barora, and Dan Jones in that 7th position. Milan Victoria with a 6:25, so under that 6:30. So really nice job from all of those athletes. As we mentioned, this will be the time to beat for our next race. Peter, what did you think? of all of these different athletes and all of these positions changing through these races.
I'll tell you what, Natasha, some big names there. Jiří Simanek, Jerzy Kowalski, Marlon Copper. We know them so well from the international circuit on water. So it's great to see these guys. And we look to the next race that's coming up, where I think there are a lot of people waiting with bated breath. What did you call it? The base, the Belgian base is going to be loaded. Absolutely loaded with Loda, Lemelin, Vard Lemelin. There's all sorts coming up in the next one, but that was a really good, tight race. It's exactly what we like to see. Very, very close stuff. Are we going to pop the surprise for the next race, Camilla? What do you think?
Yeah, look, we've heard whispers. You just talked about Vard Lemelin there. We've talked about the Belgian base. The stage is set for something pretty special. And I know that it's been one of his aspirations for some time now. He's such an impressive character. Vard Lemelin is going to be going for the world record here today. Not to put the pressure on, don't want to put the commentator's curse on it, but he's got an impressive track record, right? There's only a handful of people, I think 11 or 12 people overall that have ever gone sub 5:40 on the ergo, so that's your benchmark in terms of that time to beat, and he managed to produce that last year, and he didn't even get a gold medal because he was beaten by the great Ollie Zeidler. So it just goes to show you the standard of competition here, and no Zeidler in the way here this time. So a really good opportunity, a really good platform for him to go out and get that world record.
And we look at some of the other names in this. I mean, there's Loda Lemelin, there's Jakob Podrazel, Jan Sinterbroek. You just scan your name down the entry list, and it's big names, absolutely all over the place. David Duggan. I don't even know where to start thinking about how this might turn out. Although with the rumor that Vard's going to be going for the record based on his previous performance, I think a lot of people are going to be enjoying watching this one unfold. But in the meantime, we're going to go down to the floor at the O2 Universum, where Mike has second place, has an interview with the second place position, the silver medalist from the previous race.
Thank you very much, Peter. Here with Jiří. And Jiří, we kind of had a flip from last year. You have a silver medal this year in Prague, competing in person. Last year, you competed virtually and actually beat Florian for the gold medal. So what is it like competing against your closest competitor when you're not in the same location?
It doesn't matter very much when it's online because we can see it right there on the monitor. But yeah, I was first last year, but this year I have better time, and it's promising for the Olympic season.
And speaking of the Olympic season, you competed in Tokyo, came in 4th place. So what is your plan? Where is your training at right now as we move toward the summer in Paris?
Yes, we spent a few camps in Sevilla because it's unrowable here in Prague during the winter, and we are preparing normally like every other season, but there is a little bit more motivation because it's the Olympics.
So where would you say you are at in your training right now? We're in February. Competition for the Olympics will take place in August. Are you at 70%, 75% right now? Give me a state of your fitness.
No, I don't know the percentage, but usually we are just building up the long distance rows, less speed. So we are not in the stage when we can go the 2K fastest, but I think it's similar for everybody.
Now you're in the lightweight category, so is it difficult for you to stay under 75 kilograms, or is your normal walking around well under that?
My normal weight during the winter is 74. So it's not a problem. Of course, it's a little bit of struggle during the summer when we have to have 70 kilos.
And last question for you. What was it like competing in front of fans from your home country here in Prague?
I was a little bit nervous before, but during the race you have no other thinking than just see the monitor and thinking about what time it will be. So I'm glad they come and they cheered me up, and I hope we will have some good time after.
Well, congratulations on the silver medal, and maybe another medal in your future in Paris at the Olympics. Congratulations.
It will be good. Thank you.
Well, it's great to hear from Jiří there after his race, and good to hear that he believes that, when it comes to the tech, it's just great confidence in the tech, that this stuff really does stand up to the test. whether you're at home or in person, you can see where you stand against anybody anywhere else in the world live during the race to the split second. So important that you can have the confidence in that when you're giving it absolutely everything through a 2K race. Now we look again to the race that's coming up. Camilla, there's some chatter on the WhatsApp about the sub 540 club, 12 people in it. What's the story?
Yeah, I mean, Ward's already very much a member of the sub 540 club, right? He did it last year for the first time at this championship. We've already talked about that head-to-head with Zeidler, who managed to go sub 540 back in 2017 when he was very new to the rowing scene. But the record we think he's going for today is not just the sub 540 record. We think it is the record, the Josh Dunkley-Smith, the all-time best record of 5:35.8, and the split we're looking for that is an average of 1:23.9. So that's the number to beat. That's the number we're all going to have our eyes on, and that record, Pete, it's honestly will be gobsmacking if we see that done here today. It was last beaten in 2018. That's when the Australians set the record, but here in 2024, could it be Ward Lemmerline's time?
Well, we'll hold our fingers crossed. 6:35.8 is the one to beat. And, I mean, we've seen people struggle to hold that 1:23 pace for 250 or 500 meters, let alone the full 2K distance. So it requires an immense depth of endurance and power to hold on to it. But it looks like we're getting ready because the start of this race is due off at 11 past the hour. And that means we've got just under 2 minutes until the go buzzer. So we look forward to seeing the Belgian base, the Belgian bunker with all of the support crowd. I'm sure they'll have to have put in a couple more ergos. I can't imagine Vard's doing it on his own there. There look like there's a few Belgians lining up. This looks like Saudi Arabia. Is that Matt Tarrant stood behind the head coach of the Saudi squad, getting them all ready for their 2K. Big field this, the 23 to 39 age group. Traditionally the fastest. Michał Szpakowski, another world famous Polish athlete, usually found on the flat water. So we can expect big things from him too. Right, Camilla, Natasha, I hand over to you for the excitement of this open 23 to 39 men's race.
Thanks so much, Pete. Yeah, I'm getting nervous. You know, this could be history being made. I remember when Josh Dunkley-Smith set that record back in 2018. I remember it happening, and this could be one of those days, again, not to put too much pressure on it, where we see something incredible happen. Now, we must remember Ward is still so young, right? He's still a really young athlete. He's still got plenty of time left to develop his rowing career. But hey, wouldn't it be special if he's going to go for it this year? And he's got his brother alongside him as well, Natasha. Great to see Loda joining him on this journey. And from what I've heard, he's pretty handy himself at this.
Yeah, I think so too. He must be more excited than anything to push his brother through this. They are going to be, I believe, virtually. Or they'll be in person. They'll be in person in Czechia. So we saw all of those spectators that are sure to be cheering him on through this. Starting out the race, we got off without a hitch. No false starts here. And we can see very high rates as we see some of the fastest athletes we'll see at the games competing here. So we'll see if we can get a look at some of our leaders off the hop. We see Yuri Kapp down at a 1:28, starting out very strong here. Ward Lemmerline at a 1:23, but a high 44 stroke rate. So we'll be looking at him to bring that down, but I think he's going to be very precise with the pacing here. He knows exactly what he's doing. He has a race plan, and we'll all be cheering for him to carry it out. We have Gaston Mercier here as well, a 1:29, sitting comfortably on webcam. So it's great to see that we have quite a few athletes who are from all over the world coming in from basements, the Belgian base, and other rowing clubs. But it's Ward Lemmerline taking the lead here, as we expected, as we go into the first 500 meters of this race.
Yeah, Natasha, I think a little bit nervous here for Lemerline because with 450 metres gone, we said we're looking for 123.9. Now, I think you can afford to be on 124s because you have the final sprint to try and pull that number down. But 125s and up at rate 41, that is a little bit drifted. I know he's got a good sprint. I know he can really rattle through in that final bit. But here is his brother, Loda Lemerline. We've talked a little bit about him. We're now taking a peek into some of the other venues here around the world. We've just hopped into Canada here with Kevin Murray. We were just in Italy a second ago, but the race is on in the top three for gold, silver and bronze. Still Ward Lemerline. I think it's undoubted that he's the favourite, whether he's going for the record or not. Jakub Drazel currently in silver medal position, and Michał Spakowski, that was one of the athletes Pete called out, a member of the Polish men's four from years gone by. Lots of experience there, and certainly times worthy of World Championship winning medals like here at the Indoor Championships. But Lemerline, I think off the pace here. I think it'll be really difficult for him to pull this average down. We'll have to wait and see. There he is on picture, left-hand side of that bigger part of the screen. He's right next to Jakub Drazel there on the right, who's in silver medal position. So he's got a pacer. He's got someone to keep him company up there at the top of the leaderboard. But those splits, to me, not looking characteristic here of that world record that we knew he was trying to go for. Maybe we've cursed it, Natasha, but look, it's still going to be a very impressive time nonetheless. Through halfway with a 16-metre advantage, and I think our leaders here for the podium getting themselves well clear, but a great race on for fourth, look.
It looks like they're quite close for fourth. So from Czechia, we have Jan Potček, and then Gaston Mercier from Belgium. So he's competing virtually, and then Lode Lemelin as well. They're all within about 5 meters of one another. So we'll look for that to progress. But Jan Potček really doing well here, starting to pull away at a solid 129, 128. So he looks nice and strong going into this race. We have Raul Overath here as well. I think we saw him on camera earlier. And then here is Jakub Podrzel, who is your second place competitor. Quite a few athletes from Czechia as well competing. You can see we have an absolutely full field at the O2 Universum in Prague. Some of these athletes very close to one another. We have Jan Sisebuk, Thomas Sisma, they're within a couple meters of each other. Moritz Schneider as well, also in the mix. Quite a few of these athletes competing in person. We have Daniel Nocek, we have Yuri Kapp, we have Tom Atkins as well. Tom Atkins competing virtually. So quite a few of these athletes very close to one another. And they'll be looking at, plus or minus a couple meters, trying to move up in the rankings to hit even one of those top 10 spots.
Yeah, they will. Top 10 is very impressive here in the field that we've got. But here is Ward Lemerline, our current race leader, and he's got a mountain to climb if he wants to hit anywhere near his previous records in this event. Still 127, a very impressive split. He's being chased down by the Polish world champion from 2019 in the men's four back in Linz. But Spakowski is still a fair distance away from standing atop the podium, because that is solidified by Lemerline as it stands at the moment. 300 metres to go. Those splits still not able to come down here. And in fact, Spakowski currently pulling much faster 500-metre times than the Belgian at the top of the leaderboard. But Ward Lemerline now 40 strokes a minute. Here he comes, 126 now. He's taken a couple of seconds off that split, but I don't think we're going to see a world record here today. We'll certainly see a very fast time, though. Whether it will be sub 540, I do not know. 130s now, he's drifting. I think he's realised that maybe it's not within grasp here in Prague, but still, nonetheless, it will be very, very impressive. I think the podium fairly set for places now. We'll have to wait and see what the winning time will be this year. Year on year, Ward Lemerline comes to these championships, and year on year, he produces a very impressive time. 5:43.2 for today. Not quite as quick as last year for silver medal, but it will get him a gold here in 2024. Spakowski seems, I think, tired yet pleased with that, and a great support team from Poland. And Jakub Podrzel, great for him to secure a medal in front of the Czech crowds. And Natasha, I think we bigged up the chances there of a world record. But look, Lemerline still very impressive, still very young, and still plenty of time to set that record. And look, I think when Josh Dunkley-Smith set that record, he certainly wasn't as young as Ward Lemerline is now.
Absolutely. And we have to talk a bit about the redemption arc. Ward Lemerline won this competition in 2022. He came in second last year, and now he's a winner again. So he must feel good about that, coming back to the top of the podium. Mike Spizowski is in front of us now as well, coming in second. We can see from the highlights, he looks absolutely elated. We have to talk a bit about Gaston Mercier, his sprint. We saw some 123, 124 numbers from him. So he had an amazing sprint to clinch that fourth place position over Jan Potček from Czechia. So very, very competitive. We have our top 6 competitors underneath 6 minutes. So very impressive from all of these athletes. Peter, I'll let you go through these results that we just saw.
Doesn't it look good? Ward Lemerline, 5:43.2, not on his personal best, but today it was good enough to top the world and get himself the gold medal and the World Championship title for the 23 to 39 men's category, ahead of Michal Špakovský and Jakub Podrazil. Podrazil, though, won the World Championships back in 2018 when it was the first ever World Rowing Indoor Championships. So good to see him back on the podium today, taking the bronze medal. So an exciting conclusion to that 2,000 metre race. And in a few moments, hopefully we'll have Mike down there on the competition floor where we'll hear from Vard. But we'll give him a moment to catch his breath. I mean, anybody coming within a hair's breadth of a 5:40 time deserves a moment to catch their breath, I think. So I suppose, Camilla, when we look at races like this, you sort of do expect to see the international athletes come towards the top of the pecking order.
Yeah, do you know what though, Pete? I think it depends on where they are in their training cycle, right? The off-water season has a very different calendar year to the indoor season. This is the climax of the indoor season in the winter. Some people have been gearing up for this to produce this 2K time right now. Whereas I think for a lot of the athletes who are on water, international athletes, they might be prepping to produce the fastest 2K of their season, more so towards the summer, when the peak of their racing season is. So, yes, we would expect them to be at the top because even on their worst days, they're still the cream of the crop when it comes to the global superstars within rowing. But it does give the opportunity, if you have trained for this event, if you're an indoor rower only, and you focus on producing this particular kind of performance, given the timing, it can be a real opportunity for those who are off-water athletes.
We're going to go down to the floor and hopefully hear from Vard now, who should be there with Mike.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. We have some impressive rowing talent beside me discussing strategy, what happened on that race. Ward, it looks like you left it all out on the floor. It took you a few minutes just to get to this seated position. What was kind of going through your head there once you realized that the world record of personal best wasn't in the cards and you kind of struggled a little bit to get to the finish?
Yeah, indeed. I was really trying to hold the 124 split. And now I started like all out, and the previous races I started a little bit conservative. So now we try to switch the plan. But after 800-900 meters, I really felt the lactate kicking in, and like Eric said, it was hard to keep the pace. I laid a stroke rate really high, and then it was just, I was really exhausted with 500-600 meters to go, and then it was all mental to push, and it was also hard because I knew the world record was already gone, and then I needed to just mental to keep the first place.
I want to come back to you in just one second. Eric, you watched that performance from what you've seen in your career. What advice would you have for Ward the next time he does have that world record attempt?
I think he's doing a great job, and it's hard to come into an event like this because generally you won't find world records set in these big occasions. It's typically like the Olympics as well. It's when you're comfortable in that position. But the only thing you can do is try and learn from like what happened today. If you go out too hard, it's like next time I can't, I've got to pace it a bit better. And then that could lead you into a position where you are on pace and then you've got an opportunity. So it's trial and error, and he's young enough and fit enough and ugly enough. He'll give it another go.
There's lots of time left in your career, Ward. Curious, what's the remainder on your plate training-wise as we head toward the Olympics coming up in the summer?
Yeah, I started rowing, and it was as I learned that I had a little bit of talent for the rowing sport. Of course, now the world record is in my head, but also on the water. It's a more bumpy road for me than the erg. And now the past 2 years were really difficult, especially in wavy conditions. So now I have a new coach, a new environment for my training schedule, and I had a really good winter on the water. So now I will do my best and see what my level is, because I really don't know for the moment.
Well, congratulations, great performance here, a gold medal, and we'll see you again soon.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, great to hear directly from him there as he builds towards his road to Paris later on this summer. Before we get ourselves set for the next race, which is going to be the women's equivalent, the top open category for 23 to 39 women for 2,000 meters, we're going to go to a brief ad break before we get our minds set on who's taking part in that next race. Well, just a few moments until we get onto that next race, and some big names hopefully taking part here when we look through the team sheet. So let's have a look at some of the names we can see down here. There's Michala Pospazilova, Marketa Nedilova, the Czech athletes throwing their top guns out into this 23 to 39 category. Lenka Luxova, just casting my eye down this list. I think we're going to be on for some fast times here, Camilla. Any particular call-outs for you?
Yeah, I think Santrakova is another one that I always think is so impressive. We've seen her go from strength to strength on the world rowing stage as part of the Czechia rowing team. But I think it's great to see her in and amongst those other Czech athletes you've mentioned. The other people I think I'd call out, Katie Mole of Great Britain, representing from the University of Birmingham. She won out at the British trials back in February, which didn't include any of the sort of GB current squad athletes, but certainly very promising for her future. She'll be joining us in Prague. And finally, joining us virtually, let's look out for Kathleen Noble, the athlete from Uganda who made history in Tokyo by qualifying the single for the Olympic Games for the first time for Uganda, and looking to do the same again this year. Well, has done the same again this year for Paris, Natasha. So some really good, interesting stories here weaving together between the local athletes in Czechia and
don't forget,
virtually.
Don't forget Sena Yilmaz, our Turkish pianist, our friend competing there for Turkey, usually a pianist doing some amazing things with a piano. She's joining virtually for this race as well.
Great call out, Pete. Sene Yilmaz. Hello, Sene. It was great to see you when you were over in London last time we spoke, and at the Coastals. Good to see you here at the Indoor Championships as well. Great to have you dialing in from Turkey. So lots of interesting stories, lots of interesting people. And Natasha, I'm really hoping for a Czech win in this big category, the women's 23 to 39. This is essentially the open 2K for women, right?
It is. And we'll see some very fast times here, definitely aspirational times, and times for some of the Olympians this summer to get a first glance at how everyone's training cycle is going, what sort of fitness levels each of them are at. I will also call out, we've got Gabriella Morton as well. We saw her on the webcam from Australia. She's coming in with quite a fast perspective time, put in 6:45 there. So a lot of women looking to be under that 7-minute marker. We also have Liane Zareb Ungaro from Malta coming in with a 7:03 time. So very diverse athlete worldview here. And we'll see what happens in Czechia with the huge expanse of athletes from Czechia, Prague, and surrounding in the O2 Universum. So we'll have to see what happens as they start this race with a bit of a sprint, trying to establish leadership early on in this competition. You can see them all next to one another, just trying to outpull each other and running on adrenaline, really, for the first 10 strokes, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are. It's that free speed, it's that energy system where you get about 7 seconds before you start to move into anaerobic or aerobic kind of energy production. Katie Mole at the top there for GB. She has had a great season so far, as we've already mentioned at the GB trials, but she's here 200 meters in atop the leaderboard. But she is going up against, like we've said, some quite seasoned athletes on the international stage, those that have competed Olympic and world championships for their country on water. But like we've seen, across all the different events, whether that be the Versa, whether that be the 500 meters, experience on water does not necessarily mean experience here on the indoor rower. And so again, a real opportunity to open the door here to some new names and faces, and new names and faces, new locations, a little sneak peek into the homes and gyms of those around the world, coming to you live from the pitches now. Sene Yilmaz, as we've called out in the centre left of your picture. Flamikova there for Czechia, coming into silver medal position at the moment, sandwiched in between the Brit and the Aussie, but she now will move into gold medal position there in the arena. And I think to be in with a chance of a medal here, Natasha, it seems you need to be around about the sub-7 mark, because we're at 144s, 145s. That seems to be the sort of benchmark here for a podium placing.
That definitely seems to be the time to beat. And you have to remember that every stroke counts, every 500 meters counts. We've already seen maybe 5 or 6 lead changes in the first 600-700 meters of this race, and we expect that to continue. No one wants to be coming from behind. Everyone wants to be coming from in front. So we might see Katie Mole move up once again. But the atmosphere may be doing something with Flamikova from Czechia, holding steady at that 144, very sustainable 34-35 stroke rate, a little bit higher than Katie Mole in second, around a 33-34, but both holding a sub 7-minute time. So that's definitely going to be the matchup to watch at the top. Not too far behind, though, is Anna Sanchkova with a 143 split at the moment. She's brought it up a little bit, but still nice and consistent, 2 meters back from Katie Mole. Gabriella Morton, who I think we just saw on screen from Australia, she is only 8 meters back, so 3 meters back from third place. I would say the podium is well within grasp for our top maybe 5-6 athletes here.
Yeah, definitely. There's really not much separating them at all, and a real charge being wound up here for the final sprint. I think anything within kind of 20 meters is absolutely attainable here by any of these athletes, and they're all so experienced. They'll be rowing within their race plan. They won't be caused to drift by the plans of others. Katie Mole poised there 6 meters back alongside Anna Santrakova, who was sixth at the under-23 World Championships last year in the single scull, a difficult discipline to be out there all by yourself. So she's got it certainly both physically and mentally to succeed. We've also talked about the performance here from Pavlina Flamikova of Czechia. She snuck in on a qualification spot to the Paris Olympic Games this year as part of the women's pair, and let's see if she can continue that late sprinting form to hang on to a gold medal here in Prague on home ground. But some really nice long strokes there being taken by Lenka Luxova. We just saw on screen there is our current silver medalist Anna Santrakova. And hey, Natasha, I said that we'd love to see some Czechia medals here. It's looking more and more likely with every single stroke that's being taken.
It really is. Even if you go further down the line, we see Michaela Popsilova. She was down at around 10th, and now she's moving up with a little bit of a sprint happening around the 1,000-meter marker. But we can see our current leader taking the rate up around 36 strokes per minute. Pavlina Flamikova doing quite well here, looking long and strong. And then next to her, Anna Stanchkova with that marker, number 11. She's still holding on, only within 6 meters. They do have 500 meters left, and it's really going to be this sprint. Let's see if they take the rate up, take the power up a little bit. That's going to take them through to the end. This is 5th position, Radka Novotnikova, and she is within about 20 meters of the lead, but she's looking to stay ahead of Patricia Batista from Portugal. She can see her slowly creeping in, so she's trying to keep that 5th place above 6th place. But with 400 meters to go, there's a bit of a lead forming for Flamikova. She's 7 meters ahead of Stanchikova now, but a huge battle for second right now.
Yeah, definitely. Let's keep our eyes on the silver medal battle. You mentioned Radka Novotnikova. That's actually Pavlina Flamikova's pairs partner down there, who she jointly qualified that boat for the Olympics with, but she's off the podium at the moment. I've been keeping my eyes on Santrakova, who's down at 142s, 141s, but here goes Flamikova. She's now at 139s with 250 meters to go. She only continues to push those splits down. She's at 42 strokes a minute now. She's trying to increase that gap, get herself out of the fight for silver and into the fight for gold. And Santrakova left flailing with Catherine Mole, Katie Mole now down at 140s. I think to be in with a chance of a medal here in this final 200 meters, you need to be at a minimum split of 140, if not 139. Here goes Flamikova, 137. She's up at 45 strokes a minute. Great scenes from the stadium, and you can just see how much that rating is pushing her onwards. Half strokes for her to come in towards the line and to secure that gold medal. A brilliant performance from Flamikova. That's how much it means to her on home ground. That was a stunning race from start to finish, timed to perfection, alongside her teammate Anna Santrakova. It's a 1-2 for Czechia, alongside the Brit Katie Mole, who spoils the party for the Czech team there. Gabriella Morton of Oz was very consistently up there in the fight for a medal, but fell away at the final moments. And Radka Novotnikova of Czechia, in a time of 6:55, rounds off that top 5. But Katie Mole, bronze medalist there on screen. And the athletes from the Czech rowing team, well, I think that that elation has turned into exhaustion there, Natasha.
That was an incredible performance. 2 seconds off what is probably a best time qualifying time, but you can see just the pure willingness to win. I think that says it all right there. We also have to point out Lenka Luxova had a great sprint at the end there, so really bringing the rate up, going down to, as you said, that 141, 142. That was very impressive, and so she ends up in the top 10 We have quite the top 10 here. So many athletes under the 7-minute mark. All of their training really showing through with that consistency. Most of them in stadium today. So I would say that in the O2 Universum in Prague, Czechia, there's a lot to be happy about.
Yeah, certainly a lot to be happy about if you're a Czech rowing fan, and lots of them there looking in front of the ergos, facing off to the crowds. But Pete, I'm so pleased there for Flamekova and Santrukova. Great for them to have that experience in Prague.
Yeah, gold, silver, teammates alongside each other. Hopefully we'll hear from Mike down there on the floor, and hopefully he'll manage to collar the both of them so that we can hear directly from them. But we should give them a moment to catch their breath. And we've got a bit of a break now before the next race. The next one's coming up at 51 minutes past the hour, which will be the last of our 2K races, excluding, of course, the chase. This is the mixed team relay coming up in a few moments' time. But we'll give them just a few moments to catch their breath. And I think we'll also be seeing Anna Santrukova competing in the mixed team relay. So she's going to have to really catch her breath. Drain some of that lactic acid before getting back out there on the floor and giving it her all to support her team through the 2K mixed relay. Hopefully they don't put her on first. That'll be the key thing. Give her a few seconds more before she puts her sprint in. Yesterday, just in some of those sprints, it was astonishing. The mixed, the men's relay trying to go for 5 minutes, and the women's team relay trying to get under 6 minutes. Nearly managed it, didn't quite. But it just shows that these team relays are getting faster and faster. Now we're going to go down to the floor, and hopefully Mike's there, ready to catch up with our winner, Pavlina Flamekova.
Thank you very much, Peter. Pavlina, not only do you have power, you have endurance, you also have recovery, because you were already able to speak to me just after finishing that gold medal performance a few minutes ago. What is it like competing in front of this home crowd as they brought you home to the finish line so you stood on top of the podium?
It's a very difficult race for me because I have very bad start to my training Olympic season, because I have a crash on a bike with car, and in Czech is very good atmosphere every my race, and today I have my family here, and it's a very nice feel when I have my family here, because it's too bad feel in a Sedva. I hate 2K.
So how has it been recovering both mentally and physically from that crash?
Once more, please.
How has it been recovering mentally and physically from the crash that you suffered?
Yes, for my mentally, I have a coach to coach for my mentally, and I must be better. And physically, it's very hard for me because I can't do anything. For example, 1 month, and 1 month I have I will be in a static bicycle, and that's all. And in full training, I'm 2 months maybe, and it's very difficult, but I must do it because my Olympic dream is here.
Just incredible perseverance, determination. We do have the Olympics coming up in the summer. You'll prepare yourself for that. Just looking at the leaderboard, 6 Czech women finished in the top 10. Can you just explain to our global audience what rowing means to the Czech community?
I'm very proud to Czech women because every girl is in our team, and it's very important progress for 2 years. And I'm so happy and proud of girl.
Terrific performance, Pavlina. I bet you made a lot of new fans as well after we've learned what you went through over the past few months. Best of luck as your training continues, and hopefully you realize your Olympic dreams coming up in August.
I don't hear you, sorry.
Best of luck in the Olympics in August.
Thank you so much.
Well, isn't that great to hear that despite what must have been a quite scary start for her on her road to Paris, she seems back on track, and she certainly, based on this performance, is well on her way, in the right way, to get to Paris. And with her partner Radka Novotnikova also getting up into the top 10. A fantastic performance, and it shows just the depth and strength in the Czech women's squad leading up to Paris. In a moment, we're going to look forward to the mixed relay teams, but just before we do, we've got a brief video that tells you a little bit about what it takes to put on a show like this.
Hi, my name is Harm and I'm from Time Team. So Time Team provides software and hardware for outdoor and indoor rowing competitions, and we support rowing organizations with their competition management and collecting all results data. In order to get the race data from the ERCs to the big screen, we connect all the ERCs to each other and have a long cable running from the last ERC in the line towards the computer. And then our computer sends the data off to our servers in the cloud, where we collect all race information from both the competitors in the venue and the virtual competitors at home. Our system creates a draw for the people in the venue here in Toronto. But for the people at home, we send each participant a participant secret, which they can use to connect their ERC to the computer, then log in with their participant secret and be connected to the same race server as the people in the venue are. Because of the people at home might have unstable internet connections, or somewhere along the line the data gets broken up, we need to make sure that we have all the data from all the people in the venue, but also from all at home. And therefore there might be some small delays in order to get all the data in at the right time to start all the participants at exactly the right moments and exactly at the right time. So alongside of getting the results, we also get all the video feeds in from the people at home, and with these video feeds we have umpires watching them to be able to verify if the actual athlete is on the correct ERC and racing their piece as they should be. For the result ceremonies, we normally have all the people in the venue that can be on a podium together. But for the virtual competitors, they're all at home, so it's difficult to see how we can actually present them all at the same time for a podium. For Versa, Time Team has developed specific software to run these challenges, because these challenges can only be run in the venue and it needs specific addressing of these ERCs and collecting the data, which is quite different than normal racing. So we're really looking forward to seeing these challenges actually being deployed. For results, our athletes can always visit our website and they can find all the results online. You've got race graphs for each and every stroke that you pulled. You can see the stroke rate and the pace. Visit that online and you will be happy to see how you've done.
Well, you can just see, and from what we heard there on Time Team, it takes an army of people to put on what is our hybrid 2024 World Rowing Indoor Championships presented by Concept 2, to pipe in all of that race data from all four corners of the world and all of those ergos on site, make sure that the timing works correctly, and then have it broadcast. It truly is a feat of technology to make it all work so well. Now we're going to look forward to our next race, the last race that's not part of the Versa Challenge. It's the mixed team relay, and I've so enjoyed casting my eye down the team names that we've had for all of the relay races. My particular one that I hope they do well is Three Beauties and One Beast from Italy. I thought that was a very good play on the names, but just before we have a little bit of a chat with our all-star commentators, Camilla and Natasha, we're going to watch a very brief video that explains how the team relays work.
The team relay is a 2,000-meter row, completed by a team of 4 men, 4 women, or a mixed team of 2 men and 2 women. Using one machine per team, athletes will row one at a time, switching every 250 meters. Teams can switch however they wish and in whichever order, but each teammate must row twice and switch every 250 meters up to the 2,000-meter mark. Teams participating in the team relay will only be successful if they can handle smooth and fast transitions after a short sprint on the erg.
Well, that's how it works. So that's what we've got to look forward to now. Camilla, I picked out for myself the three beauties and one beast team from Italy. I think it's a cracking name, but we typically see quite a decent showing from military teams as well, don't we?
Yeah, we do. And I had the pleasure of commentating at the British Rowing Indoor Championships that took place in December, and it had the same level of contention from a lot of the Army and Navy teams. A lot of the British military teams do contest there, and I can see here we do have British Army A and B. It seems back for more here on the world stage, so great to see them competing. Also taking a look down this list, I think my favourite team name, I do like Dream Team 2024. I think that's a good one, and I also like the Go Girls from Germany. I'm here for that team name as well.
Good choices, good choices. Now, Natasha, what are you looking at when you look down this list of teams?
I'm looking at, well, in terms of team name, I think Swift Strokes is a good one for me, especially take strokes as swiftly as possible. They've just explained rowing in their team name. So very happy with that one. But looking through, I see quite a few teams from Czechia. That's great to see. In the video we just watched, we had a lot of teams from in and around the Mississauga, Toronto area, from Worlds was in Canada last year. So it's great that when it's in your own hometown, you go with your team and you have the opportunity to compete. And say you competed at Worlds, it's a huge deal. And you can do that in the relay, which is truly, it makes it more of a team sport instead of an individual sport. So I think we'll see a lot of these teams taking it quite seriously and trying to do their very best. I'm sure they've practiced how they're getting in and out of those foot straps and how they're going to structure their race because they're doing the 2,000 meters. Who is doing what when, I think is really important.
That's key, isn't it? Well, it's actually the dream team that we just heard a minute ago that includes Anna Santruckova, who's just raced in the women's 23 to 39 category. She's joined there by Eliška Potrazilova and Václav Zita and Andreas Tilelis, who clearly have been big names throughout the competition thus far. And we can see, just scanning your eye down the list, that there's quite a few double entrants, i.e. athletes who've raced in previous categories and have doubled up into this mixed team relay. It's good if you're going to travel all the way to Prague, get as much racing as you can in. I've just found that there's another great team name in there, the Tonic, or the Gin Tonic. Very, very well done. I think we'll all deserve one of those after today's batch of racing. But we're just under 2 minutes until the start of this race, and it's good to see them all getting themselves ready. Now, Camilla, when it comes to those transitions between athletes, it's tricky stuff to get that clean and quick. You can see that they've clearly drilled quite a lot to make sure that they can be fast at that, because you can lose so much time if the flywheel unwinds too much.
Well, you say that, Pete. I think there will be some teams that will be very well drilled at this, but taking a look down the list as well, there's a lot of entries from multiple countries in one team, right? So there's a combi team of the US, Czechia and Switzerland on machine number 46. We've got a Germany-Denmark combination on 48. We've also got a combi team from Czechia and Greece, the one that you were just mentioning there, the dream team, Pete. So I doubt they've been able to practice too much from sort of cross-continental and cross-border training venues on the run-up to this event. So it's likely, Natasha, that they've come to this for the first time, maybe practiced a little bit in the warm-up area, what they can do. But like Pete said, a lot of them have been racing in other events and having to focus on performing elsewhere on the run-up to this mixed relay.
I think so, but I think you'll find after having that pressure of the 2,000 meter or the 500 meter, where you know it's all you, all of the eyes are on you, it's your race, coming to the mixed relay, I think there's a huge sense of relief, and the sense of competitiveness becomes almost a sense of glee. So I think we'll see a lot of laughter from these athletes. I think we'll see a lot of high fives after the race. I think there's just a general sense of this is going to be so much fun that is palpable throughout the arena. You can see that there's still some spectators, but a lot of people are competing on the floor. And I'm glad they've taken the opportunity to try to do this. They're off to start now. There we go. You can see a lot of them have taken the technique of holding down the feet of the person in front of them. So they'll do that, and then they'll release them as they roll off the erg, and the next person comes on. There doesn't seem to be anyone standing on the end. Sometimes you have someone standing, but it seems that they've brought the weights back for each of the indoor rowers. But it looks like we're getting out to a good start here with a very close field as we go into about 200 meters into this race.
Yes, and 500 meters each. That's the distance they have to tick down the clock, and they can give it their all. It's a 500-meter sprint, broken up for each of them into different portions. And you just saw there one of the changeovers going on in the arena. What I found amazing about this is that we have the virtual competitors doing exactly the same thing as well. It's so difficult to coordinate. But Team Finland here out at the front of the field, looking to do Jolnakarinen proud from the Versa Challenge. Finland always come here in full force, but you'll see as the boats jump during the changeovers. So it's going to be really difficult for us, Natasha, to tell just who is performing well until maybe the final 250 meters.
And in terms of the changeover, I want you to notice the person that's holding the seat for the person that is getting on. That is one of the more important parts. You want to make sure you get directly onto that seat when you start racing. Otherwise, it's pretty easy to fall off and lose some time. So it's really how smooth those connections are that keeps your time down for these different racers. It is difficult with all of the changeover, but I think we have a pretty definitive lead with Team Finland 16 meters ahead of free speed, which is 15 meters ahead of Swift Strokes, which I believe was my pick for fun name. But these times as well, they just jumped up, but we saw around 115, 116, depending on who is going for your team. So very, very fast times here through the middle bit of this race.
Yeah, and you bring up an interesting thing there. This is the first of the mixed relays, right? Well, it's the only mixed relay. We've seen the men's, we've seen the women's. In the mixed, you have got a strategic element here, right? Who do you put on to start with? Do you change the genders? You know, man, woman. Do you go for all the men, then all the women, then all the men? How you cycle through those athletes can be really deceptive, I guess, on the leaderboard as to who's ahead and who's not, because you may or may not have used your strongest athletes already on the run into the final half of this race.
And in terms of the rotation as well, like you've probably gone through 4 of your team members so far, and then you'll do another maybe 250 each. Maybe you're going shorter than that, but they're going to be cycling through once again. Typically, you want to time it as well, so you have your fastest on to do the finish. You know how many meters you are ahead or behind, but you can see a lot of athletes are not only glancing at their screen at the leaderboard, but also glancing at one another and seeing how well different teams' transitions are going, what everyone else is doing. There's a lot of movement going on, a lot of moving parts happening right now in the O2 Universum.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts, a lot of noise. This is one of the noisiest events, I think, of the entirety of the championships. People screaming not only at their teammates, but the crowd as well. It's certainly lots of decibels there in the O2 Universum Arena in Prague. And I'm sure looking at the bottom pictures from the Saudi Arabian rowing team, screaming going on there in the bottom right-hand corner between teammates, and also the new rowing team as well. In this relay. Now, final 500 meters. Where are the changeovers going to come here? Is it just one more person left to row? Here's Team Swift Strokes, your favourite picks, Natasha. They're currently 5th on the leaderboard. How much ground have they got to make up? I don't know.
It's a really, really tough call. I would say if I were doing strategy here, I'd try to do 2 more changes. You want one at 400 meters, and you want one with about 200 meters to go, making sure you're not passing, having one person on for over a minute here. But look at the extreme effort from those teams. They know they're so close to the end, and your teammates are just cheering you on. Here's Team Finland doing what might be their final switchover. They had about 230 meters left in the race. They are still leading with a solid 129, 130 here. Free Speed in second, both ahead of Dream Team. I don't know if we've seen Sanjakova go on the Dream Team yet, but Swift Stroke seems to be catching up a little bit. So it's going to be an intense last 100 meters of the race as they give it their all for the last 10 strokes. Camilla, take us through this ending.
Yeah, I think I've just seen the highest stroke rate I've ever seen, 90 coming from one of those crews lower down the board, 60 from Team Finland most of the way through this challenge, and they're going to hit the line absolutely victorious. Jonas Kuvalainen, Arttu Harkkonen, Ilden Niemi, and Emma Salonen, the victorious team in a time of 5:26.7. The Finnish team always come here in force. It's then Team Free Speed that will clinch silver medal ahead of Dream Team 2024. Anna Santrukova we called out back again, along with Vaclav Zita, who was very impressive in the other rounds of racing. But here's a replay of the final few strokes. You can see there that it was really quite the performance from Team Finland, and jovial celebrations to be had. Look at this lovely scene here in Prague, the conclusion to a championships for most here for the Czechia team, and posing for the camera after a home championships. And this will be the last event other than the Versa that we've got to look forward to. This is the last kind of open competition that people could enter into, and the last for our Czech athletes other than those in the Versa to put down a home performance. But this is so lovely. It's so rare that you see indoor rowing as a group activity, and I think we were saying this about the Versa, we'll say this about the relay as well, that it's really nice when you get to connect over the machine, because it's quite a isolated sport in and in itself, because it's a lone rowing machine, it's a lone ergo, and over COVID and over the pandemic it was done very much in your own enclosed spaces, and seeing people come together and be able to do these relays again just goes to show the kind of community and that aspect of this sport too. So well done to Team Finland, a gold medal for them ahead of Free Speed and Dream Team 2024 in silver and bronze. There's the full ranking of that final mixed team relay, the 2K relay, unofficial results there, but wow, what an ending to this championships from an open perspective. But Pete, we've got one big old conclusion left to come.
We do. That was great. I love the mixed relay. Just so much going on when they're down there on the floor, and they've got to switch in and out so quickly, and they keep that flywheel going at such a cracking rate. It's impressive, the dexterity that they have to be able to compete at such a high level. But an impressive win for Team Finland nonetheless. Now, we've got a few moments before we come to our final two races. It's the chase. The men's chase is up first, and then the women's chase. This has been the culmination of the 4 challenges so far in the Versa leading up to this point, and the advantages that those points they earned through the previous 4 challenges have earned them for this chase. So we've got some tables that show the rankings, and the key thing, I think, is the advantage that they're going to get from it. So in a few moments, we'll have a quick look at the video that shows the explainer of how the chase works. But let me come to you, Natasha, in the first instance. We've watched the chase unfold. We've watched the Versa challenge unfold leading up to the chase that we've got next. What are some of your reflections looking back over the Versa challenge so far?
I would say athletes have to remember from that very first challenge to now, everything that they've done. They've done timed events, they've done endurance events. The power and pace had both the power and the speed. They've done all their strategy. All that's left to do, I think it's going almost back to basics, is you have a 2,000 meter race. And that's all that stands between you and finishing an event. Of course, there's advantages, as we'll see in the video, how many meters people have ahead of one another. But I think it's a very fitting end to this huge accomplishment of a weekend for these athletes. So I think they'll be gearing up for it and very relieved when they finish their 2,000 meter race.
Yeah, I think so too. Just shows they can go through all of those different sprint formats, endurance formats, but it comes back to rowing's 2K distance, and they get a meager 10-meter advantage based on their ranked position from the challengers. How about you though, Camilla?
I think for me, it was, I think seeing some of the challenges come back again was a really interesting thing, having commentated on the Versa last year. I've loved the new challenges. They're great. And like we've said, I think there'll be a lot of learnings from that. But I think it was watching those who had competed last year be able to tackle those challenges again with the knowledge of what they were like last year. And I just loved the opening two events. I think the beep and the elimination are just two really cool concepts, harking back to those PE days with the beep test, and it's tough. It goes straight. They're really tough opening rounds. So yeah, that for me, I think is the standout from the Versa so far. But the chase still to come, and that could surprise me.
Chase still to come. So let's find out what that really means. The chase. Here's a video to tell us all about it.
The fifth and final event in the World Rowing Versa Challenge is the chase. This challenge will determine the overall Versa winners. In the chase, athletes will race over a classic distance of 2,000 metres with a twist. The top-ranked male and female athletes will start with an advantage of 100 metres and therefore will only have to row a distance of 1,900 metres. The second ranked will have to row 1,910 and the third ranked 1,920 metres, and so on, which is based off their overall scores from the first four Versa challenges. This means the first athlete to cross the finish line will be crowned the 2024 World Rowing Versa Champion.
So we're just moments away now from the culmination of the Versa Challenge for the men in this, the chase. Now, we've been talking about it as commentators would for the last couple of days, and it's come to this point where Joel now Karanen is at the front of the field. He's got 1,910 metres to race, and his closest contender has a 10-metre deficit on him at the start, Cam Buchan. Key question. Can anybody catch him in this, though? I mean, Camilla, what do you think?
I don't think so. I think from what I've heard, if Yol was out at the front of the field at this point, he's such a talented athlete that it's going to be really difficult to overhaul him. So we'll wait and see. I think Cam Buchan will give him his best shot with that 10-metre deficit. But yeah, I think it's going to be really challenging to
we'll see what happens.
Champ.
And we're going to get down to the floor now and start to soak up the atmosphere as these athletes get ready to come out on to the floor and take their positions in the race. So over to you guys. Tell us all about it.
Thanks so much, Pete. Now, the familiar staging set here for the final athlete walkout of the championships. And this is the big one. And it is as plain and simple as finishing first here to be the overall winner or medalist. It presents a really good opportunity for those athletes who perhaps know that this is a really strong point for them to catch up and overhaul. But the one thing, we need to be mindful of is they've all spent a lot of energy, and they may be able to produce a 2K when they're fresh and the preparation's been right. But this is the fifth of 5 events. It's all come down to this: tired legs, tired minds as well. And this will be the culmination of all of that. We'll have our first athlete out onto the floor, Cedric Lavoie, the Frenchman, currently sitting in joint 10th overall. So he will be furthest back, starting with the full 2,000 metres on his clock. Next up, Maciej Zawoyski. He's running in 4th position overall at the moment. So we'll be starting with a 30-metre deficit, 19,030 metres. 1,930 metres. Cam Buchan vlogging his journey into this final event. The 31-year-old, second overall. We saw him be victorious in that last challenge of the sprint pyramid. Can he catch Yol Nakarainen to set the cat amongst the pigeons? It's Andrew Tomlinson up next. He's joint 7th currently, Andy Tomlinson, and will be matching up with Dylan Dragsvik, who will meet in just a few entries' time. Anders Meskadad Jakobsen, third overall at the moment. The former runner will be chasing down cat and mouse those ahead of him, Cam Buchan and Joel Nakarinen. Brian Bunch is next up onto the floor. He's running in 9th position. Currently, he'll set off just ahead of Lubos Novak and Vladimir Steska with a 90-metre deficit on the leader. Zach Fowl, just 0.1 shy of winning that last challenge in the sprint pyramid, but that set him back quite far this time around. 5th overall coming off the back of that challenge and into this final event, the chase. Lubos Novak, we just mentioned him. He's joint 10th, starting at the back of this field alongside Vladimir Steska, and will have the most distance to try and catch up. And Dylan Dragsvik has a similar drag race to contend with as he goes head-to-head with Andy Tomlinson of New Zealand, starting in joint 7th. They both start with that 60-metre deficit. Next up, Vladimir Steska, another one who's got quite the mountain to climb here at the back of this pack. And the 34-year-old will be able to try and notch down the metres to those in front. One of those athletes in front, Matthew Seaby, the Canadian, walking in for the final time here in Prague, starting 6th overall. And finally, here he is, the man himself, the rowing Finn, Joel Nakarinen, the 30-year-old defending his title of the Versa Championships here at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. And he'll take his seat on his throne, the last ergo remaining. And for him, this is one flat-out drag race to the finish with 100 metres in hand to the final athlete. And I think everyone here knows that he's got a target on his back. But just how tired is he, Natasha, from winning or coming close to winning a lot of the points through the rounds of competition?
He must be tired. They must all really be feeling it. So I would think it's more of a mental competition. They've done these 2,000-meter races before. They know what's coming. And unlike a lot of the Versa competitions that are not standard in indoor rowing, this is a relatively standard race, of course, with different advantages. So they have to refocus on that. Know it's something they've done before. They have a race plan. Everything they've done, it's just a great warm-up. And they can't say they aren't warm. They can't say they haven't used their muscles quite a bit this weekend. So I think it's going to be a test, a little bit of mentality. We'll have to see how they do, but it'll be nice to see some all-out racing from these athletes and hopefully give our audience something to compare them to. They have been racing all weekend, but we've seen all of these different races, different 2K races with different athletes. And some of these times will stack up very, very close, I think, to what we've seen earlier today, don't you?
Yeah, although if someone told me I had to race a near on 2K, and I know for the athletes towards the top of this board, it's slightly less than that, 1,900 metres or so. But if someone told me I had to race a 2K after already performing 4 very difficult challenges, I wouldn't be best pleased. And I'm not sure I'd be able to pull my PB out of the bag. But we'll see. This is literally the opportunity to throw the kitchen sink at it, to put it really candidly, because this is it. This is the podium places. The top 3 finishers in this race will be our top 3 finishers in the Versa overall. And in the blink of an eye, we are off and we are out of the blocks. Joel Nakarinen with that huge advantage there, 10 metres over Cam Buchan. And Cam Buchan will know that he has to go at least one better. 11 metres ahead of Joel Nakarinen will secure him the Versa title on his debut year. But as we look here at the faces, it all seems quite relaxed in comparison to the previous event, which was all about sprinting, Natasha. This almost looks in slow motion here as they try and set themselves up to not blow, because blowing will throw away the championships for them.
Absolutely. I think the key here will be looking at those 10-meter differences between them. If they are tied, seeing that they are in the same, 10-meter deficit with Matthew Seaby and Andy Tomlinson, both in the 70s there back, it'll be really key not to lose that 10 meters you have on the next person in line.
Yeah, and we can see that. Look, if we go down the board, so Jol Nakarinen has opened up almost 20 meters over that initial 10 meters he had. But look at the gap closing between Maciej Zawalski and Anders Meskedad Jakobsen. That's closed from 10 meters down to something more like 4 or 5 meters here, Natasha. So I think we could see these positions starting to chop and change within the leaderboard.
I think so as well. Looking at Zach Fowle, he expelled a lot of energy earlier in the challenges earlier today. So he's only about 7 or 8 meters in front of Matthew Seaby, and we'll see if Matthew takes advantage of that. But he's currently very close to Andy Tomlinson. So that'll be a bit of a matchup to watch when it comes to figuring out who comes in those 5th, 6th, and 7th positions. Maciej Zawalski looking very strong here. He's actually only 4 meters back from Jakobsen, so we'll see if he increases his lead there or not. He's holding a 1:34 at a 33 stroke rate, but Jol Nakarinen looking really in control here.
Yeah, he is looking really in control here. So I think all he needs to do is keep his arm nice and straight and hold off Cam Buchan, which he's managed to open up that gap. But has he done it too soon and too early? We've seen our first place change there. Andy Tomlinson has managed to get ahead of Matthew Seaby from the initial rankings and doing it at a lower stroke rating as well. 28 strokes a minute. Very impressive here. As we come towards 1,000 meters, a halfway point here. A check-in point for them to assess, see how they're feeling and see how close they are to that podium for the Versa Challenge 2024. Cam Buchan holding 36 meters of deficit in silver medal position. His speed still much lower. Look, you can see there 0.1, 0.2 of a kilometer per hour slower. And actually, it's almost like he heard me there, Natasha, because he's pushed up now to trying to push on ahead of Jol in this second half of the race, perhaps his race plan.
And we've talked so much about these athletes and how they're different in terms of sprint versus power versus speed. And I think you really see that in that last graphic about stroke rate. There's a huge diversification across this field. So it's interesting to see how each of these athletes have chosen to row this race. Remember, even though Jol Nakarinen is 40 meters ahead now, there are still places to be won. There are still podiums to be a part of. So Jakobsen, I expect him to really bring it up as we approach the 500 meter marker because it's within his grasp to move up into that 3rd place position, and definitely he should stay strong through that. But Maciej Zawalski is looking really good. A 1:33 split, very impressive for this point in the race. And there's Matthew Seaby staying long and strong in these strokes here. He's about 34 strokes a minute, 1:34. He'll have to get that down to around 1:33 to try to overtake Zach Fowle as they're toe-to-toe right now going into the last 500 meters.
Yeah, this is so interesting seeing all these places shuffle out, and this will be the record in your history. It will be this result which will determine where you were in the Versa Challenge 2024. So all of them jostling for position all the way down the rankings. CB overtaking Fowle for 6th. We've then got Zawalski still ahead of Jakobsen, who's allowed that to slip away, that podium place, to allow the Polish athlete to creep through and get himself onto the podium. 36 meters still for Cam Buchan in 2nd position. It's so static. He just can't change that deficit no matter how hard he tries. And with only 240 meters to go for Jol Nakarinen, time is running out for anyone to swoop in and take that title away from him. And I think with every stroke that he takes, he's now even pushing out the meters on Cam Buchan and almost writing his name on that trophy as we speak, Natasha. I'd be pretty confident if I was world rowing, starting to carve in the name Jol Nakarinen.
It's incredible just how strong these athletes are. It's impossible not to be cheering them on right now. Doing so well. Less than 10 strokes left in his race. Jol Nakarinen knows he's accomplished something great. He will be our 2-time champion. You see the fist bump there. But Cam Buchan is doing really well as well. He's got his last 3 strokes. They know there's 10 strokes left, and they are completed the Versa Challenge. So there's huge cheering, I'm sure, in the O2 Universum right now. Huge rounds of applause. What a finish from these athletes. A couple close finishes as well. And let's take a look at those times. 5:46. Isn't that incredible after doing all of the different Versa challenges? We had, I think, our top 5 under 6 minutes for this.
That amazing, Natasha. Like, to pull a time 5:46 like that after all of those events, after everything else, that's one of the fastest times we've seen this weekend from anyone, and that just goes to show you the engine that Jol Nakarinen has on him. A huge congratulations to him, reigning champion, back-to-back Versa titles, 10 World Championships, 4 European Championship medals, and a second Versa title here for the rowing Finn. And hey, if that is the last time that we see him at an indoor rowing championships, what a swan song for him if he goes on to focus on his on-water career, because that's one thing that he did say. If he was to win the Versa this year, he might turn his hand and focus on the flat water and the coastal disciplines that he also contests in. So not only a really powerful athlete, Natasha, not only one that is just so versatile here at the indoor discipline, but versatile across everything that World Rowing has to offer. And I really tip my hat off to him. He's such an impressive guy and such a lovely guy as well, going around to shake the hands of the rest of his competitors.
The sportsmanship, I think, has been really brought out in this Versa challenge. And in terms of Versa really representing the entirety of indoor rowing, I think it's great that there's sportsmanship happening as well. It's a huge part of the sport. These people you see at all different events throughout the year, culminating at World Rowing. It really is just a picture perfect ending that we have here. And I think that pose really says it all.
So there we have it. Not only the results of the final challenge for the Versa, but also the Versa challenge overall. Jol Nakarinen, Cam Buchan, Maciej Zawoyski, your top 3 there. And I believe that our man on the ground, Mike, is right in and amongst the action after that emphatic win by Jol Nakarinen. Over to you, Mike.
Thank you very much, Joel. What an amazing performance. The Versa Challenge was launched last year. Gold medal for you in 2023 in Toronto. You came back for the second year here in Prague, another gold medal. You are the Versa king. How does it feel?
It feels great. It was not easy job for me to come here because of the Olympic qualification and preparation for that. So this a little bit interrupted my preparation that I should be doing probably on water, but not much. I'm very happy that I was able to have this experience and race with all these fellow competitors. And yeah, I'm very happy.
Now let's look ahead to the future, because when we spoke last year in Toronto, you said, I'm winning the Versa for this first time, and that's it. I'm retiring. So will we see you back next year for potentially a three-peat?
Last year, I hadn't won World Championship title individually before, so that was what I was aiming during my career. So I was 7 months without rowing indoors, but I felt that something was missing. This sport is so challenging physically, and I love it. So I felt that if something so important is missing, it's probably making me weaker. And I felt that if I continue and continue searching my limits, that makes me stronger.
Well, we're not sure if we'll see you back next year for the 3rd anniversary of the Versa Challenge, but best of luck with your Olympic qualification coming up. And again, congratulations on the title.
Thank you.
Gold medal winner, Joel. Let's find our bronze medalist, Maciej.
Sounds like Mike's going to quickly go and catch up with the silver and bronze medalists.
You were able to chase down the person ahead of you for a bronze medal. This is your 2nd time competing in the Versa Challenge. How would you rate your performance this year?
It's okay. It's good. I am happy because I prepared really good, I think. But I really was angry on me from yesterday evening. What was the second challenge? Elimination. Yes, I was too confident and, sleep a little bit in the wrong moment and then lose. My goal was to be 3rd, 2nd maybe, but 3rd, but I finished 5th. And today in sprint, I know that I am bad in sprints and I was looking for this this start because I know that I am okay for now for 2K, and that's all.
A bronze medal performance. Will we see you here next year, wherever the World Indoor Rowing Championships will be taking place, to go higher up the podium in the Versa Challenge?
We will see, because also I would like to improve my personal best in 2K. And World Rowing Indoor Championship are the best moment to improve personal best for 2K. That's maybe I will choose 2K or again Versa.
A lot of work ahead of you. Congratulations on your performance here, and we'll see you in 2025.
See you. Bye-bye.
Great to hear from our athletes down there on the floor. Maciek Zawoyski, bronze medal here today, having managed to move up the order. No small feat, considering the caliber of ergoist that we've seen through the previous 4 challenges. So an impressive performance by him. A new father, Maciek Zawoyski. With his wife, he'll be back home with the young baby, Agnieszka Kowa-Zawoyska, who's also an international Olympian and medalist from the Polish national squad. So impressive performance there in the men's Versa Challenge. Shortly, we'll be looking forward to the medal ceremony for the Versa Challenge. But just a couple of highlights from our all-star commentary team here. Natasha, looking back at that, I mean, it turned into a bit of a tractor pull, didn't it, in terms of we sort of knew the positioning. There was very little jostling considering the leads that they had. We saw some margins grow, some shrink, but it was only 1 or 2 actual position changes.
I think so. And it's interesting that everyone stayed quite consistent through it, right? We saw that little bit of a deficit still continue throughout the whole 2,000 meter race. A little bit less for some of the other competitors. But I thought it was interesting how they kept their rate, they kept their focus, they kept their consistency. So still putting on a master's class and doing a great show in terms of 2,000 meter sprinting. I think there's a lot that can be learned from these athletes. I think it's great to show the Versa competition just because you can see how many areas you can be good in.
Yeah, that's true. And that's the versatility of our athletes in the Versa Challenge. Funny that. Now, we've got the medal ceremony coming up for this. So we're going to go down to the floor at the O2 Universum.
Well, great to see here our medalists from the Versa Challenge. 2 returners, 1 newbie, and great to see the faces back this year.
Yeah, we're hoping to see more returners come for the Versa Challenge and the new interest, Cam Buchan, coming in this year and doing a really fantastic job understanding the strategy, even though he did not participate last year. I think is really impressive. And then joining this sort of Versa club that I think we might see starting to form for these athletes. So here, once again, we have their times for that final chase race. And a little bit of applause as they announce all of the different winners. So we're going to see Maciek get his medal here for the Versa Championship. Lots of smiles.
Yeah, lots of smiles. And Maciej Zawoyski, a very, again, versatile athlete outside of the indoors as well, but coming here to pick up a bronze medal at this year's championships. And I think that we'll see. I really hope to see, Natasha, more people coming into this event from other disciplines, you know, whether that be coastal, flat water, but also CrossFit as well. And I know a lot of the competitors across both the men's and women's sides found indoor rowing through that. Now, here's Cam Buchan getting his silver medal. I'm sure he's been a really popular addition to this challenge. He's a really famous face on his YouTube channel for his lots of coaching workouts, all linked to indoor rowing, and he himself was doing some collaboration with World Rowing on the run up to this event on how to prepare for your championships. So a really good result for him to come away with silver. But this man right here is the one that proved that he was the one to beat, and he has been victorious once again, back to back Versa Championships, 2 Versa Championships that World Rowing has hosted, 2 gold medals for Joel Nakarinen, and he will be presented with his gold medal by the president of the of World Rowing Executive Committee, Jean-Christophe Roland. And yeah, a nice little conversation there. I wonder what they're saying, Natasha.
Will you come back next year? I think you're a fan favorite. I think that might be the conversation being had here. And it definitely extends to other parts of rowing. I like what you're saying about Cam Buchan. I definitely watch his YouTube channel, so we'll have to see if that little video he took during his walk-in makes it into a video in the coming years. But well done by all of these athletes. Nice to see this podium. And then we have our trophy here that they've been flashing all throughout this weekend. What a great momentum of the time that they've spent there.
The champion, Joel Nakarinen of Finland, lifts the trophy aloft. That is some trophy for 2024. Quite the creation. I love that. A wonderful prize for him to be taking back to Finland, and a nice group shot there of our top 3. But all of the athletes, all 12, including the wild cards that came in, I'd love to hear about their experiences of racing in this unique event that is only set to get better and better in years to come. And hey, we're not even over with the Versa Challenge yet, right? We've got the women's coming up in just a moment's time, and we'll be introducing you to that very shortly. But for one last time, we'll take a look at our medalists in the Versa Men's Challenge 2024.
And I think they're going to continue the tradition from last year, lift him up on their shoulders, victorious. What a great shot. I think we had one from both him and Elizabeth Gilmore last year. So keeping that tradition alive. It's nice to have those little rituals at those podium events here to commemorate such a great experience that they've had. And all the other athletes coming in, because this is your Versa team. These are people to look up to, and I wonder if some of these Versa events will catch on. Will we see elimination challenges in other countries at more local indoor rowing events? Will we see the beep test, dare I say, at other rowing events? So I wonder how much this will catch on. It surely seems to be a hit within this rowing community here. We saw the men, we saw this happy ending, and as you say, we will head on over to the women in just a moment. A lot to look forward to there as well, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, so much to look forward to still, and that will be the culmination of this championships, the women's chase event, Pete. And look, we didn't see too many position changes, but a podium place did exchange hands in that men's race, so I wonder if we can expect that to come in the women's race too.
We can but hope. I must say, I did enjoy that picture of the whole group of them towards the end. And if we can have continental satellite versions of this to build up towards the annual main event, wouldn't that be a cool way to make it a sort of qualified process all over the world, and everybody can have their crack at trying to get into it? But they'll have to come up with more games, more variants to the disciplines and the challenges to keep everybody on their toes and training across the whole sport. And a cool trophy as well. It reminded me of the Japanese yen symbol, funnily enough. But it looks like Joel's got the first 2, so he'll be building up his medal cabinet at home. Now, in just about 90 seconds, we're going to be moving on to the last race of our 2024 World Rowing Indoor Championships, presented by Concept 2. It's time for the women's chase. It's been filled with so much back and forth and an equal leader in terms of Elizabeth Gilmore, just like we've had with Yoel, now Karen in the men's edition. So the question's going to be, as we come into this one, can anybody catch Gilmore? Well, they're getting ready to start thinking about walking out onto the main floor, clearing the men's medal ceremony from the area. And I think, Camilla, you and Natasha better talk us through who we've got here for those that might have just joined us.
Thanks so much, Pete. Yeah, we're going to do this for one last time. I'm going to miss doing this. This is one of my favourite bits of the championships. Quite new for us, doing this walk-on style of event, like you see at swimming or athletics. And the individual stories allow us to do that here in this Versa Championships. We've talked about them being a group, but they're all individuals, gladiators in this stadium. We've seen them go head-to-head, and for the last time, we will see them go head-to-head in the chase. And the same walkout order for every single challenge. 5 of 5 now. It's been a shame to be missing Nicola Goss from this lineup. We wish her well and hope she's recovered from her sickness. We were supposed to have 12 overall in the women's, but now it's these 11 competitors, and just 2,000 metres, or 1,900 for Elizabeth Gilmore, stand in the way of them and the Versa trophy. So building up now, Charlotte Dixon. She got silver in last year's Versa Championships. Can she go one better here? The British athlete, 24 years of age, and she's starting second on the grid here with a 10-metre deficit to race leader. Next up, Taryn Sharp. We saw a great performance from her going up against Elizabeth Gilmore in the first round of the pyramid, but she's going to have to do it all again here. She'll be starting 8th on the grid of the chase. Ella Fox is up next, and she's the powerhouse, the 46-year-old, 6th in the rankings overall, which means that she'll be starting with a 50-metre deficit, 1,950 metres to row for her. Marsha Canelio, then the American, a dog mom, she says, starting 9th overall. She's got one of the largest deficits to claw back in this final challenge. And Lena Belanger, the Canadian, is right in the middle of the pack here, 7th overall in the rankings. And not a sprinter, so maybe this longer distance will suit her. Elizabeth Gilmore, there she is, a sweet smile for the camera, but trust you me, she is a silent assassin out there on the erg and looking to replicate Yoel Nakarainen's back-to-back Versa Championships. Next up, it's Anna Müller, another woman familiar with the Versa Challenge and finishing in the top half of competitors. She'll be looking to replicate last year's performance, if not go at least one better. Jess Eddy, the debutante here, the wild card from Great Britain, Olympic silver medalist, but can she be a Versa medalist here in Prague in 2024? Sarah Pidgeon, the Canadian, 10th currently in the overall rankings, but with that experience in hand from the Versa 2023, I know certainly she's got all that experience from flatwater and coastal to bring out to this more traditional 2K format. Morgan McGraw is the penultimate athlete to walk out in front of the crowds in Prague, 43 years of age, and starting 3rd on the grid here with a 30-metre deficit to Elizabeth Gilmore. Heather Prochaska is our final competitor, number 11 from Cleveland in Canada. And there is the trophy that she will be gunning for alongside everyone else. But she's at the back of this pack, starting off 11th overall with that 100-metre deficit, meaning she is rowing the full 2,000 metres. Well, Natasha, it's all come down to this. We're here now with the final standings for the Versa, for the chase, and chase down they shall. It's Elizabeth Gilmore's here to lose. She's at the top of the rankings, top of the start list, and she's only got 1,900 metres standing between her and the Versa trophy.
Exactly. It's important to remember, too, many of these women competed last year. So Elizabeth Gilmore, as we know, our defending champion. Anna Mula came second last year. Charlotte Dixon came third, but she's in a great spot to move up this year. Morgan McGrath came fourth. Sarah Pigeon came seventh. Heather Petrasco came, I believe, eighth. So we have quite a few repeat athletes. And remember, they're looking not only to enhance their place in this position, but also they're looking at last year and thinking, hey, can I do better? Can I move up another score in this race? So I'm sure they will all be gunning for that as well as they go into this competition. You can see them all starting to get ready, maybe looking a little bit antsy. They know that it's just that 2,000 meters standing between them and full completion of the Versa Challenge.
Well, Natasha, thank you for correcting me, because I got Anna Mula and Charlotte Dixon the wrong way round from last year. I was giving Charlotte an additional place, but you're absolutely right. She came out third overall and Anna Mula second. So they've flipped around a little bit here. Mula starting all the way down in fifth. A little bit further down the pack than she was used to last year. But here we go. We're coming to attention now. And 1,900 meters for Gilmore, 2,000 meters for Heather Petrasco, and the silence before the storm.
Isn't that an incredible shot? Everyone completely motionless, all of the indoor rowers lined up, and the gun about to go off. You can see it in anticipation. All of these women are really starting off strong here. Charlotte Dixon closing down on the lead. She really came off the gun very strong here. Once again, it's 10 meters separating all of these competitors. No one is tied currently. So we'll just be looking at that tens digit, the 10, 20, 30, 40, to see if they're moving up or moving down from their initial deficit or bonus here in this race. But 250 meters in, and they're all looking quite strong.
Yeah, all of them maintaining those gaps, mostly, only a meter or so in it between each of their starting positions. One thing I will say, no mind games in this one, Natasha, right? Like, this is an all or nothing. You either get to it the post or not. So it maybe is a bit of a relief for these guys having that sort of, stress of thinking, do I have to go faster, slower, conserve energy? This is just executing a race plan with no other prerogative other than being atop the leaderboard, if not on the podium.
Exactly. They're just thinking, all I have. That's what they're doing here. Taryn Sharp, actually, with a very strong performance. She's gaining on her initial deficit. So really good job from her. And we saw Lena Belanger move up a place. So she's also very, very strong here. This is Ella Fox. She just got passed by Lena Belanger, but she's still very much in this, staying nice and consistent, almost same pace as Elizabeth Gilmore here. A 147, 148, very solid, a really low stroke rate I would see from her, a 28-29. Do we expect her to keep this throughout the rest of the race, do you think, Camilla?
Yeah, I think if she's at this stroke rate now at 1,300 meters to go, I think that we'll see that until at least 600 to go. So for the next block of a few minutes, Elizabeth Gilmore has found a rhythm, and so has Charlotte Dixon. Now, Dixon has let the gap grow a little bit. She's allowing the American to sort of run away with this a little bit, and she's the only person I think within reach of taking that title. But Gilmore with so much confidence, and it's a bit like any race, right? Rowing is one of those races where you can look back at your competition when you're out on the water, and it gives you that sense of confidence that you can hold them at bay almost. You're not the one on the back foot chasing down, and so that will be an additional advantage for all that hard work Gilmore's put in through the previous 4 challenges. Blimey, look at this. This is some speed here. This is a huge push going on. And look at this exchange between Anna Mula and Jessica Eddy as well in the centre of the board. They're matched a piece, 42 metres back from our race leader, Gilmore.
Anna Mula is going up. She knows she got second last year, and she knows she only has less than 20 meters between her and second place this year. So she's a competitor and she's gunning for it. But Morgan McGrath might hold her off. She's looking very strong here as well. Still 30 meters back from the leader, Elizabeth Gilmore, but not letting Anna Mula gain any more ground. She can see her start to creep up on her screen, but look at that face of determination. I'm not counting Anna Mula out of this podium position. I think she has a lot of strength, and I think we'll see it during the latter bit of this race. Sarah Pigeon looking long and strong, really jumping off that catch, staying nice and consistent. She's under that 155 split. She's looking to go under 740 in this race. So very solid rowing, pacing with Taryn Sharp, who's next to her as well. And we see Heather Petrasco, who is under that 2-minute pace, around a 156, hoping to bring that down probably to a 155-ish by the end of this race. Remember, she is doing the full 2,000 meters here as we head to the last about 700 meters of this race and of our day.
Well, one of the races I'm keeping my eye on here is between Charlotte Dixon and Morgan McGrath for that silver medal. McGrath's been silently creeping, gaining metre by metre, and she's currently the faster person on the race floor, 16.5 kilometres per hour to Dixon's 16.3. And we could see that close in these next couple of hundred metres. And like we were saying in some of the other races today, Natasha, anything less than sort of 20 metres, and that's sprinting distance, right? So I think that might push Dixon on, and it might close that lead up to Gilmore. But we're running out of room here now. 500 metres to go. McGrath now within 4 metres of Dixon. This is going to come right down to the wire for that silver medal. And Jess Eddy also still in contention here. She's only 6 or 7 metres off Morgan McGrath. We're in for a fight for the podium. What a tussle.
She's really clawed back, hasn't she? Her sprint is showing her stamina and endurance in a whole new way. She's only 5 meters back. If she continues this sprint and this high speed, we might see her in podium contention. It's really anyone's game right now. Looking down, we see Ella Fox and Marcia Caniglio as well. They're within about 5 meters of each other, so it's going to come down to the ending sprint for them as well. We're hoping that the crowd is just cheering them on here. This is some of the toughest part of the race, this last 500 meters. They have 2 minutes to go. They can do it. We see Charlotte Dixon, 146, very impressive splits. She's starting her sprint. She can see she's 4 meters ahead, and I don't think she wants to let that go.
Oh, Jess Eddy is coming for Morgan McGrath here. They're just so close to switching places. You can see it ticking down, and that is the line between standing on the podium and not, having a medal around your neck or not. 150 metres to go for our race leader. I think in the same vein as Yol Nakarinen, Elizabeth Gilmore is going to win this in style for a back-to-back Versa challenge. But here goes Jess Eddy. She's moved into bronze medal position ahead of Morgan McGrath. What can the American do to respond here? They're level pegging moving into this final sprint. Gilmore's also taking the rate up to win this in style. She's only got 5 strokes to go, but look at this. Jess Eddy now has Dixon in her sights with these final few meters. She's going to pull as hard as she can, push as hard as she can. At this podium, I think we'll have 2 British athletes standing on it in silver and bronze. Oh, we'll wait to see that final result, but Gilmore is elated, and she cheers on the remainder of her competitors. Look at that. Her first thought is to turn around, start screaming, start shouting for everyone else. But wow, I think my racer of the afternoon goes to Jess Eddy, because she just closed in, timed it to perfection, and moved into that bronze medal position with a matter of minutes to go. But Dixon looks so happy with that improved performance from 2023. She will stand next to Gilmore on the podium as a silver medalist, and Jess Eddy will join her. The 2 British athletes there will bookend Gilmore in the centre of the podium. But wow, Natasha, that proved to be very exciting in the closing stages.
Oh, that's exceptional. Even the times that they're putting up, they were holding, 140s, under 150. Many of the athletes here. Note that they didn't do the full 2,000 meters except for Heather Petrasco, so some of these times would be a little bit higher if they were, but still very impressive times nonetheless. And the margins on this, you see it in meters, but seeing it in seconds, we're going 0.4 seconds between second and third, 0.3 seconds between third and fourth. Very close margins here as we see all of the different sportsmanship that we have. And here are some of the highlights. Elizabeth Gilmore just winning that in style, didn't she?
Yeah, she really did. And she's been like absolutely rock solid, concrete through this. And I think in just a few moments' time, we'll be joining her to get her reaction from winning the Versa Challenge.
Top 3 finishers in the Versa Challenge 2024, and it's deja vu all over again for Elizabeth Gilmore. What a performance, your second consecutive title. How does this one compare to last year?
I think we knew a little bit more what to expect going into this, but they really changed it up with some of the elimination challenge was fantastic. I thought this was a great way to end it.
And just a terrific performance, as mentioned. Charlotte, your second consecutive podium finish as well. How did you attack the chase there? It looked like you were content to just ensure that you stayed in second place and didn't try to do too much.
Yeah, so I was kind of banking on there being a bit of a race at the end, and I've always got a little bit left, so I knew not to go out too hard too early. I just had to hold off Jessica and Morgan, who were coming up on me very quickly. But yeah, my plan was just to keep them away, and I just about did that.
Speaking of moving on up, Jess, what a performance by you. Really raced up the leaderboard. In fact, you were less than a second away from getting into the silver medal position with your Olympic background. Were you really keying on this as your goal for the weekend, that this is really, you could make a move in a 2,000 meter race?
It's certainly something I've done a lot, but I've probably not done a proper one for about 8 years. So it was pretty similar to Charlotte. I could see her splits. We were quite steady for the first 1,500 meters, and then it was a real race at the end. I loved it. It's been amazing.
So this is your first experience in the Versa Challenge. You're used to our traditional disciplines. So what do you think, with your Olympic background, of this new fledgling competition?
I absolutely love it. We're challenged in such different ways. So, you know, we've got a range of women here. These athletes can do different things in different ways, and it really plays to other people's advantages and other people's disadvantages, which means when we get to the final now, it's all to play for. And I think it's got so much to grow and so many places to go to, and all credit to the people that have come and done it and pioneered the first few of these, because it's awesome.
Well, speaking of that growth, I'm sure there will be a lot more women who will want to attack the Versa Challenge. So 2023, 2024, Elizabeth, will you be back in 2025 to go for the three-peat?
I sure hope so.
Okay, well, congratulations to all three of you, all of our competitors. What a fantastic competition this has been.
Thank you.
Well, a bit more of a concrete response there from Elizabeth Gilmore, that she'll be back next year to try and defend her title and go for the hat trick. 3 crowns in 3 years. That would be an impressive feat. And good to hear from Jess Eddy, I thought there, Camilla, in terms of, you know, her background and pedigree on the flat water and the 2K distance being a specialism for her, but she particularly enjoyed the variety that you get in the Versa Challenge in terms of distance and approach.
Yeah, and look, Jess was one of these people that I think over COVID and during lockdown, I was following her progress. She was tackling all sorts of records for her age group, you know, marathons, half marathons. So I know that she set herself a few challenges on the ergo herself, but I think those are only, you know, they're all quite traditional distances. I think what comes with this is that element of competition that's really, again, it's one of a kind for this event, and you don't quite know what's going to get thrown at you, and as she said, plays different people's strengths and weaknesses. So yeah, it was awesome to have her as part of this event. I think that last event could not have been more perfect for someone with an Olympic background, that sort of more traditional 2K pacing. But yeah, it was great to hear from her.
That's the key thing, I think, when we looked at that, and her performance in that last chase race was the fact that she came back from 10 meters behind and just moved up through the field. And then had there been another 100 meters, maybe she needed that extra 80 meters in order to have put down a better time, because she was short on distance to have moved through Charlotte Dixon potentially and take the silver medal. She would have perhaps preferred another 50 or so meters in order to set her better outcome. But an amazing performance nonetheless from her. So in a moment, we're going to be going back down to the floor to watch the victory ceremony, where they'll be awarded their medals. But looking back over the Versa Challenge for the women as a whole, Natasha, it's been a lot of jostling around for the points to get into that chase. Any particular highlights from you as we look back on it?
Highlights? I think I'd say just earlier today, figuring out the strategy in the sprint pyramid. I think we saw the beep test and the elimination test yesterday. Everyone was really going for first place. They really wanted their first place. There was a bit of strategy in, the pacing competition where we saw some people try to have the fastest minute, slowest minute. But I think at the end there, seeing that strategy come out, and then they had their placements to come to this result. So in the chase, we have our athletes here now. They're about to be presented their medals. And we have, I believe, the president of World Rowing also giving them their medals in this case.
Thanks, Natasha. Yeah, we've about to start the medal presentation for the Women's Versa Challenge. And we'll start off with our bronze medalist, one of the performances of the day, nearest to us. We're just getting set and ready for this presentation out there on the floor. There we go. The ceremony music has begun, and it will be Jess Eddy first off to receive the bronze medal in the Versa Challenge 2024 at the World Rowing Indoor Championships.
You can see her exclaiming here. She's glad she's done it. She really earned that third place on the podium. Well deserved for her first time in the competition. This is what she's going to be going off of in years to come, right? This third place finish. And she gets her little lion there, a little mascot. So she has to be happy with that.
And wouldn't it be great to see more athletes that have maybe, put down their oars on the water, who have come from Olympic backgrounds, to take on something new and fresh and inject something different into their training. And look, it's hooked the hearts of many, especially this girl right here, Charlotte Dixon, who came back for more. Last year wasn't enough for her. It didn't scare her off. And good job it didn't, because she's ended up now with a silver medal around her neck. And what a wonderful performance there from the Mancunian Charlotte Dixon for Great Britain, who looks just as pleased with her mascot as well from Prague. But look, we talk about impressive performances, and yet another back-to-back victory in the Versa Challenge, and all credit to the wonderful Elizabeth Gilmore, who smiles and throws her hands in the air. The American will be the Versa champion 2024. And she's so smiley. I've not seen her, once look upset, disgruntled, frustrated. I mean, she's had some incredible performances through the 5 challenges to date, but all with a smile on her face, no matter how hard it got. And she's just so gracious in victory, so smiley, so friendly. And a big thank you there to her competitors as well. And even a thank you as she's handed the trophy by Concept 2, the sponsors of this event, and she'll again rejoice in this victory. I'm sure she'll savour it for a very long time, and it will spur her on to come back for the treble crown, we hope, Natasha.
We hope so. And I think to your point about athletes coming from other sports to this one, there's always the question when you get up to the world championship level, am I really the best? Am I just the best at this, or am I the best overall? And I think Elizabeth Gilmore can confidently say that for this year, she is the best overall when it comes to indoor rowing. And I hope she wears that with pride. She's definitely been tested in quite a few ways and has proved herself a very viable and formidable competitor in all of those ways. We can see these ladies all smiles, and we'll see if they do a little repeat of their power pose, hopefully hoisted on the shoulders, just as a little bit of a commemoration of how much she has accomplished.
A little solo shot first of our victor, of our winner, Elizabeth Gilmore, who quite rightly deserves the spotlight for that performance. And all of the athletes will now come and join in celebrating with her, and that community of Versa athletes we hope will continue to grow, and maybe it will become a bit of a thing, right? Like if you've competed in the Versa Challenge, you're in a bit of an exclusive club and they'll all hoist her up. That's such a nice touch. You were saying, Natasha, hopefully the two of them would, but look, I think that really sums up in a picture what the Versa Challenge is all about. A community of athletes coming together to lift each other up, take part in these weird and wonderful challenges, and really they all get along, they're all friends, and the trophy being given there to celebrating, it's a group effort. The challenge wouldn't exist without everyone putting in their all.
Definitely. And when you complete the challenge, each one of you has that unique experience to go off of. Each one of you completed the challenges in their entirety and got to that final spot. So regardless of placement within those challenges, just the pure accomplishment of the athletic feat is enough for all of these athletes to feel proud, to feel like they are part of that Versa athlete club that we have down there. So very exciting to see them all celebrate
medal
together.
ceremony we've just had there for the women's edition of the Chase and the Versa Challenge as a whole, concluding with Elizabeth Gilmore as the champion. What an amazing result. And sadly, that brings us to an end. Would you believe it? 2 full days worth of racing concluded. 62 races, over 2,000 athletes from over 60 nations taking part. And of course, our venue there, the whole event presented by Concept 2, but live from the O2 Universum in Prague, Czechia, for the 2024 World Rowing Indoor Championships. Before we say our final goodbyes, we're going to go and catch up with our man on the ground and say thanks ever so much to Mike Arsenault.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. It was a great opportunity to be a member of the broadcast team. Another fantastic year. My first year with a World Rowing Indoor Championship was last year in Toronto, this year in Prague. You can really tell the growth, and it feels like we're at the ground floor of something with the Versa Challenge. It was a great competition last year. It was bigger and better this year, and I think it's like a snowball rolling down the hill. It will continue to get bigger and better as we head into 2025 and beyond. So from here on the ground at the O2 Universum in Prague, was a fantastic weekend. Hard to believe it's over already, but we'll see you again next year. Peter?
Thanks, Mike. And as he says, next year is what we're looking forward to next. So your final reminder to get your competition entries in for a possible chance to win a free trip to the 2025 edition. Make sure you send in your pictures with the hashtag #MyErgRoom, tag World Rowing Official on Instagram, and you could be in with a chance of a free trip next year. But I think for the time being, on behalf of our commentators, we've had Camilla Hadlin-Horrocks, Natasha Kozak, the whole World Rowing Productions team, and myself, Peter Hanlon. It's been an amazing 2 days for the World Rowing Indoors for 2024. We look forward to seeing you next year. Goodbye for now.
Thank you.